CARICOM stands on 4 pillars: economic integration, foreign policy coordination, human and social development, and security. It holds ultimate authority for negotiating treaties on behalf of the community and establishing relationships between the community and international organizations and states. The conference oversees the financial arrangements necessary to cover the community's expenses, though it has assigned this responsibility to the Community Council. Typically, decisions within the conference are reached through unanimous agreement. Join us as we begin the countdown for the 47th regular meeting of CARICOM Heads of Government in Spice Island, Grenada, with incoming chairman, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, and the whole of CARICOM represented. Let's join the conversations and prepare the shifting perspectives on pertinent and pressing issues that affect our Caribbean community.
Greetings, CARICOM citizens. I am the incoming chairman of the Caribbean community. I extend warm greetings to you from pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. Welcome to the 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. CARICOM has been a pillar of collaboration for the past 5 decades, promoting economic growth, social progress, and sustainable development across member states. Through our collective efforts, we have advanced initiatives to enhance trade relations and cooperation, foster regional security, address climate change, and promote cultural exchanges. This year, Grenada celebrates our 50th Jubilee Year of Independence under the theme, One People, One Journey, One Future. And I look forward to the continued success of our Caribbean community, embracing our oneness, which stands as a testament to the strength of collaboration, the resilience of our people, and our steadfast commitment to regional progress. As chairman of CARICOM, I reaffirm Grenada's commitment to deepening integration, strengthening regional cooperation, and addressing the issues that have hindered our growth. I intend to champion a practical digital transformation agenda, an integral part of our existence. Where we work to the skills we develop, to how we communicate and entertain ourselves. Digital technology has already revolutionized the way we access information and provide services, and new advancements, particularly artificial intelligence, AI, bringing a wave of change we must embrace and manage if we are to move our people and economies forward. The most critical thing we can do as Caribbean leaders is to equip our people for this inevitable change. Ensuring we have digital skills now will ensure that we are not only able to seize the opportunities of the future, but also create them. As we embrace the benefits of digital technology, we must also be mindful of the challenges it presents. Issues such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and the digital divide require our attention and action. Ensuring that everyone has equal access to digital resources and that personal information is protected are essential steps in creating a fair and secure digital Caribbean. But it is up to us to harness the potential responsibility for our youth, addressing its challenges while maximizing its benefits. By doing so, we can create a future where digital technology serves as a force for good, empowering individuals and communities to thrive in an increasingly connected world. I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to all member states, associate members, regional institutions, and the dedicated citizens of the Caribbean who continue to contribute to the success of our Caribbean community. And I welcome you, on behalf of all Grenadians, to our country, the spice of the Caribbean, where I know you will enjoy a warm welcome and the tranquility of our tri-island state. We are proud to host you as we celebrate both 50 years of Grenada's independence and 50 years of enhanced regional cooperation through CARICOM. Thank you.
Grenada! Happy 50th anniversary of independence!
If I take time and I write down all the things that I love on my island, best believe my list gon' be like 5 miles long. Best believe it's love that makes me sing this song. 3 islands united as one, blessed with the strength to carry on. We're more than just that island in the sun. Tell the world we are Grenada.
Higher, 50 years we're blessed with force and fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, up, up. In the sun, look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come, more to come, more to come. We're going higher. 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher. Going higher. As we aspire, build advances, put people together. Bang, bang, bang. It's only up front. We take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning. From the people who came through sugar and chains, emancipation to revolution. Higher, 50 years we're blessed with force and fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Aspire, build advances, want people together. Going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Really and truly, can't find the words to describe what my country mean to me. So much things we take for granted, but so much things they give to me.
Peace and tranquility, family, community. It no matter where we go in the world, just know that the women's where my heart beats.
50 years, as you shape for 50 more, as you shape to reach your goal, like you're only bring the goal.
I can see the vision clear. Sing it out to let the people hear.
Look at how we've gone and how far we've come.
50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. It's only up from here. More, more, more. Higher. Higher. It's only up from higher. 50 years we're blessed with fortune fire. Still reaching for more.
We made the CARICOM pity banding.
Greetings, CARICOM citizens. I am the incoming chairman of the Caribbean community. I extend warm greetings to you from pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. Welcome to the 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. CARICOM has been a pillar of collaboration for the past 5 decades, promoting economic growth, social progress, and sustainable development across member states. Through our collective efforts, we have advanced initiatives to enhance trade relations and cooperation, foster regional security, address climate change, and promote cultural exchanges. This year, Grenada celebrates our 50th Jubilee Year of Independence under the theme, One People, One Journey, One Future. And I look forward to the continued success of our Caribbean community, embracing our oneness, which stands as a testament to the strength of collaboration, the resilience of our people, and our steadfast commitment to regional progress. As chairman of CARICOM, I reaffirm Grenada's commitment to deepening integration, strengthening regional cooperation, and addressing the issues that have hindered our growth. I intend to champion a practical digital transformation agenda, an integral part of our existence, from the way we work to the skills we develop, to how we communicate and entertain ourselves. Digital technology has already revolutionized the way we access information and provide services, and new advancements, particularly artificial intelligence, AI, bringing a wave of change we must embrace and manage if we are to move our people and economies forward. The most critical thing we can do as Caribbean leaders is to equip our people for this inevitable change. Ensuring we have digital skills now will ensure that we are not only able to seize the opportunities of the future, but also create them. As we embrace the benefits of digital technology, we must also be mindful of the challenges it presents. Issues such as data privacy, cybersecurity, and the digital divide require our attention and action. Ensuring that everyone has equal access to digital resources and that personal information is protected are essential steps in creating a fair and secure digital Caribbean. But it is up to us to harness the potential responsibility for our youth, addressing its challenges while maximizing its benefits. By doing so, we can create a future where digital technology serves as a force for good, empowering individuals and communities to thrive in an increasingly connected world. I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to all member states, associate members, regional institutions, and the dedicated citizens of the Caribbean who continue to contribute to the success of our Caribbean community. And I welcome you, on behalf of all Grenadians, to our country, the spice of the Caribbean, where I know you will enjoy a warm welcome and the tranquility of our tri-island state. We are proud to host you as we celebrate both 50 years of Grenada's independence and 50 years of enhanced regional cooperation through CARICOM. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the live broadcast of the official unveiling ceremony of the CARICOM Roundabout. I am Sherry Noel. It is indeed a heartening and joyous occasion for us in Grenada, as the unveiling is happening at a time in our history when we are celebrating our Golden Jubilee, and our Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, is set to take up the position of Chair of the CARICOM Heads for the next 6 months. The flags are expected to be hoisted. It will be a spectacular event. We will also see the unveiling a little later on after the official ceremony of Curacao, who will become a member of CARICOM. So we'd have that information for you. This really is a milestone. It represents 5 decades of collaboration, shared goals, and regional growth. In recognition of Grenada's pivotal role in the regional integration and its ongoing contributions to the Caribbean community, the government of Grenada has decided to rename the True Blue Roundabout as the CARICOM Roundabout. So momentarily we would go over to our MC, which is Zoe Hagley, and she would take you through that aspect. But just to let you know what's happening, right now on the screen you're seeing the arrival of the Prime Minister of Grenada and the incoming chairman of CARICOM, Honorable Deacon Mitchell. He is arriving now, and so far we've seen heads from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. Ralph Gonzalez is already here. We've seen Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, he's there as well, but all eyes are now on the arrival of Grenada's Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. And as I said before, this unveiling forms part of the National Organizing Committee's initiative as we celebrate our Golden Jubilee, the renaming of the True Blue Roundabout. So a lot has been happening, a lot is happening, and as I said before, it is a very important and historic moment for us here in Grenada to be celebrating our 50th anniversary as an independent nation, and to have all these important initiatives occurring and twinning the unveiling with the opening of the 47th regular meeting of the CARICOM Heads of Government is truly an impressive one. It is a momentous one, and we are all here, and as I mentioned before, we have various prime ministers. They're already seated. We have in the midst. Also, you have, as you're seeing now, Honorable Deacon Mitchell. He is greeting the other heads. We do have the Cabinet Secretary with us. Other specially invited guests. You just see he's just shook hand with the Honorable Joseph Andel. This is an event where you will see members of government, and as of course the other heads of CARICOM, as they all will be participating, as I said, in this historic moment, the unveiling, as part of our 50th anniversary of independence. On the screen now, you're seeing that's the President of Guyana, and he is actually having a chat. And this particular aspect of the event is preceding the official opening of the 47th regular meeting of the CARICOM heads, and that is going to be happening over at the Charter Hall at the St. George's University. But at this moment, all eyes are on this historic moment for us, which is the ceremony to commence the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout right here at True Blue. So after today, it will
You may be seated at this moment.
True Blue Roundabout, but it will be the CARICOM Roundabout. You will see the various flags will be hoisted and signaling that exact moment. So we are here, we are bringing you all the information live. Momentarily, we will be joined by Ms. Zoe Hagley. She will be the MC, taking you through the ceremony that will mark the unveiling. What I can tell you is that the various heads present, they will stand behind their flag, so they will unveil it. It is important to let you know too that Curaçao's own will not be unveiled at this moment, but during the regular meeting of the heads, once the documentations are signed, you will see that unveiling taking place for Curaçao. So it's really a proud moment for us here in Grenada, and I can't stop mentioning the fact that it is part of, it's happening when we're celebrating our 50th anniversary of independence. That is just one of the initiatives of the National Organizing Committee, and it's happening at a very historic moment when our Prime Minister is assuming chairmanship of CARICOM, and that stint would run for the next 6 months. So we are expecting Grenada to be in the limelight for the next 6 months and pushing certain agendas that will benefit all. And as we can see there, we have three heads, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, and President Ali. They are having a conversation. And the Prime Minister is again greeting his special guest, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Rowley. So this is what's happening with us here down at the True Blue Roundabout, soon to be called the CARICOM Roundabout, as the various CARICOM heads take their position amongst our local members of the cabinet, members of government, and also other specially invited guests. So you are actually viewing the build-up, I should say, to the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout here in Grenada. Beautiful afternoon, bright and sunny, and we are just awaiting this historic moment for us. And as I mentioned before, this is a milestone. It represents decades of collaboration and shared goals and regional growth, in recognition of Grenada's pivotal role in regional integration and its ongoing contributions to the Caribbean community. And it's on this backdrop that the government of Grenada, through the National Organizing Committee, has decided to rename the True Blue Roundabout to the CARICOM Roundabout. So it is important that we know that, and also historically happening here as well is Curacao becoming a member. So as I mentioned before, their flag would not be hoisted and unveiled at this particular time, but once they would have signed the documentations during the opening ceremony of the 47th regular meeting of CARICOM heads, that would happen. So that we would bring to you a little later on. But all for now, the heads are arriving for this very important function here at the True Blue Roundabout. And the Honorable Prime Minister again is on the screen, and he is greeting his guest. I think there'll be lots of handshakes this afternoon. And this aspect is an initiative of the National Organizing Committee, and it is twinned with the 47th regular meeting of the Caribbean heads, CARICOM heads, and it is really an opportune moment for them to be a part of this. As we know, Grenada is known for doing things and doing things well, so opening of the CARICOM Roundabout with them present in Grenada is really historic and important for all parties involved. So what you've seen on the screen is specially invited guests and all those who are greeting and having brief conversations with the Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell. That is what is happening at this particular moment. And I just want to let you know that when it comes to just to give you a rundown as to what is going to be happening once we move over to the official ceremony part. That would be done by Miss Zoe Hagley. She would take us through that aspect. We would have an opening prayer by Bishop Clyde Harvey, and he would also do the blessing of the roundabout. Then we would have the welcome remarks, and that would be done by Mrs. Gail Purcell. She's the head of the NOC Secretariat. And we would also have remarks by Dr. Carla Barnett, CARICOM Secretary General, and of course remarks from the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada. And right after that, we would see the unveiling proceedings taking place. So this is what you can look forward to during this very important unveiling ceremony of the CARICOM Roundabout here in St. George, Grenada. And at this moment, we are going to go over to Zoe Hagley. She is the MC, and she would take us through this aspect of the evening proceeding. Zoe?
Welcome to the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout here in warm but beautiful Grenada. I'm Zoe Hagley, and it's my pleasure to be your Madam of Ceremonies for this short but significant event. At this point, I'm sure we're all aware that this unveiling as well as the 47th Heads of Government meeting, were both originally scheduled for around the time of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Now, here we are 4 weeks later, and while many of the region's citizens are rebuilding, they are showing their strength and resilience. Now, not disregarding Beryl's destruction, but I think one silver lining that we can draw from the passage is that it highlighted our tenacity and camaraderie as Caribbean people. The rapid relief efforts from around the region, I think, were a testament and a moment for us to admire that while we have our differences, we truly are brothers and sisters who are simply separated by water. I think we are very fortunate to be from an amazing region with incredible people with whom we share a rich history and region. To put it nicely, we real nice. This CARICOM Roundabout is an ode to our similarities and unity that we share across the region. And we will hear more about the significance of the monument quite shortly. But first, to officially open today's proceedings, I would like to invite Bishop Clyde Harvey to bless us, to bless the proceedings, and to bless the soon-to-be CARICOM Roundabout. Bishop Harvey.
Prime Minister Mitchell, Your Excellencies, heads of government from across the region, and if I may be so bold as to greet Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. You see, I'm so much a part of Grenada that I almost forgot your name. Before I invite you to pray, I want to put a context to this. Because when I was thinking about this over the past week in Dominica, the idea of the roundabout was very much in my mind. You are beginning a meeting, and meetings of any importance usually have some symbolic element to them. And when you talk religion, you're talking symbolism. And the question I put before you is, how can a roundabout be a symbol of our Caribbean people and of this meeting? What struck me, first of all, is that a roundabout is a circle. And the circle is, in the spiritual realm, a sign of perfection. It has no beginning, it has no end, it relates to the divine. And what we have to remember all the time as people is that we are never just human. We are always humans with a certain aspiration to be one with the divine. But one of the interesting things about roundabouts, and last night when I was passing here, I felt it. You can be in a roundabout, round and round we go, the mulberry bush as they sing. And if you keep going right, you just keep going round the roundabout. You can never come out. You have to take a turn to the left if you want to come out, at least in English, former English colonies, you know. And therefore, as we pray for the success of the meeting, as well as the blessing of the roundabout, I want to pray that, especially under the leadership of Prime Minister Mitchell, that we might never get caught up only in the right. That sometimes we have to risk what is not right, so that we go a little bit left, and in going left, find a destination, whether it's a destination we planned for, or whether it is a destination that is totally new and surprising. Caribbean people have often said of CARICOM that they're going everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That's a challenge to you all at this meeting. So every time you pass this roundabout over the next 48 hours, ask yourself, how can I help this meeting and my people to find the direction that will lead to a destination of which we can all be proud. So let us pray. Come, my people, and praise the Lord. Alleluia. Praise the Lord who is our God. Alleluia. For the Lord is a mighty God. Alleluia. He is King and Lord supreme. Alleluia. In God's hands are our islands green. Alleluia. And the waters ever clean. Alleluia. And so, gracious God, we erect this roundabout, this monument to the unity of our people and to the determination of our cause. We bless this monument in the shadow of a hurricane. But we know that hurricanes are part of our reality and our destiny. And that only if we come together as a people can we truly, truly build a society in which we have no fear of hurricanes, in which we do not depend on others when hurricanes come our way, but where we can truly so think about and work with this reality in which we live, that we will always be able to stand tall and strong, no matter what winds may blow our way. And so, Lord, as we honor our unity, as we honor the gift that we are for each other, as we allow our flags and our symbols to be here in this place, to keep us on one roundabout, yes, but never afraid to take directions that will lead us to destinations we dare not dream of. And so, Lord, we ask you that every time a citizen of Grenada, anytime a Caribbean citizen visiting passes this place, that they may be reminded that we are not simply insular people, but that we are a community of peoples with a common history, and we dare to believe with a common destiny. So whatever we face in the future, let us face it as one united people. Let us face it reaching out to help one another in whatever ways we can. Let us so work together that the flags that fly from this place, the symbols in this place that remind us of our unity and the joy of the rhythms that we feel, we may so live our lives together that this roundabout will stand ever to bear witness to those truths. Lord, we thank you for the presence of young people here, because we dare to hope and to challenge ourselves that this roundabout will be so well maintained by whatever regime may lead this country, that it will always be for our young people a challenge to dream this Caribbean dream, to rally around the West Indies, especially to rise above the challenges that we face, not only on the cricket field, but in every sphere of our lives. And may generations to come be able to repeat the victories, to give new shape to the destiny, and to help us always to hold our heads high as free people, as intelligent people, as people who love one another beyond our wildest dreams. And so, Lord, bless this roundabout as we bless it in your name, and let it flourish in our future as a sign for all. And may all who are here this afternoon, from president, prime minister, to policeman, or just protocol officer, always remember that they were here today and keep the memories alive for generations to come. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. And I'll now sprinkle some blessed water in the center where most of the plants are, and we pray that they grow tall and strong to overcome any hurricanes that may pass by. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Harvey. The idea for this roundabouts, well, the renaming rather, emerged out of discussions on Grenada's Golden Jubilee celebrations. It was believed that the renaming of this particular roundabouts would be a good way to recognize Grenada's contributions to Caribbean integration over the years. So to give us a little bit more insight into how this roundabout marks Grenada's Golden Jubilee celebrations, I'd like to invite Mrs. Gail Purcell, Director of the 50th Independence Secretariat, to give remarks on behalf of Dr. Wendy Crawford. Please let's welcome Mrs. Purcell.
Tall.
Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada and Chairman of CARICOM, visiting heads of government, Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett, heads of delegations, members of Grenada's Parliament, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the chairperson of the National Organizing Committee for the 50th anniversary of independence, Dr. Wendy Crawford, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful and magical island of Grenada. It is indeed an honor that Grenada is hosting the 47th CARICOM Heads of Government Conference to coincide with our Golden Jubilee year. We are celebrating 50 years as an independent nation, and our celebrations overlapped with the celebration of 50 years as a member of CARICOM. For us, 2024 is a double Golden Jubilee year. In recognition and in honor of the member and associate member states of CARICOM, and to all the people who call this region home, we dedicate this installation in your name and honor, the CARICOM Roundabout. This location has historical significance for us here in Grenada and also for the Caribbean collaboration. Right at this very spot, if you look over there, marks the entrance to the venue of Grenada's first Caribbean exposition held 55 years ago under the leadership of our father of independence, Sir Eric Matthew Gerry, and dubbed Carifta Expo 69. Therefore, when we contemplated an appropriate location to honor our CARICOM brothers and sisters, this was undoubtedly a top choice. We've chosen a circular feature to symbolize our leaders and people working together, guided by mutual respect toward our common destiny. It is a symbol of unity in diversity, a symbol of oneness as a people. It depicts further the continuous, unending, and unbreakable connections of our people. This concept is inspired by the theme of Grenada's anniversary of independence: one people, one journey, one future. We bid you an insightful and productive meeting as you chart the way forward for our wondrous region. And once again, we welcome you all to our beautiful pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Purcell. As was mentioned, here in Grenada, we are truly delighted to host the 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. We're even more thrilled that today's unveiling was included as part of the meeting's overall activities. To share more on how this renaming is significant to CARICOM, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, to give some remarks. Please let's welcome Dr. Barnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Mistress of Ceremonies. Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada and Chairman of the Conference, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the Caribbean Community, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegation, Media Representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This ceremony to rename this roundabout to the CARICOM Roundabout is part of a series of activities, as we've heard, to mark dual 50th anniversary celebrations, that of the Caribbean community and that of our host nation, Grenada. I congratulate our chair, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, for his astute selection of a symbol of convergence, interconnectedness, and purpose to create a symbol of the resilience, unity, and collaboration which are of particular relevance for the region following the experiences of Hurricane Beryl a mere few weeks ago. As we unveil the new name, we pay tribute to the founding fathers and past leaders of our community and of Grenada, whose collective wisdom and determination have fueled our integration journey to this point, our joint 50th anniversaries. This ceremony takes place within the context of the 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government, where discussions on the future and direction of the community will take place. I hope that it will help to heighten awareness and deepen appreciation for the work of the community and inspire current and future generations to play an active role in advancing the vision of an integrated, inclusive, and resilient Caribbean community for all. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. As Mrs. Purcell mentioned, 2024 is a significant year for Grenada for several reasons. Not only is it our 50th anniversary of independence, but it also marks 35 years since the signing of CARICOM's Grand Dance Declaration here in Grenada. And most recently, our very own Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, assumed the role of Chairman of CARICOM. So as our final speaker this afternoon, before we move on to the unveiling, I'd like to invite Prime Minister Mitchell to give his remarks, highlighting the significance of this renaming activity. Prime Minister Mitchell.
The saying is, if you plant a tree, knowing that you will not sit in its shade, or knowing that you will not eat its fruits, you've begun to understand life. The founding fathers of the Caribbean community 51 years ago, and for those who championed the integration movement prior to 51 years ago, clearly understood life. Distinguished colleague heads of government, distinguished heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Grenada. I particularly want to welcome the head of delegation from Haiti and from Curacao. Dr. Barnett, thank you for ensuring that this ceremony happened as part of the 47th regular meeting. I want to thank you and the Secretariat for ensuring it happened. And sometimes, despite the challenges we face, we are here again 28 days later in beautiful Grenada, in warm Grenada.
And we chose to have this gathering to demonstrate that no matter how many times we get punched in the face, no matter how many times we in the Caribbean community get knocked down, we will rise again and again. And so I want to express my profound gratitude to my colleague heads for ensuring that this meeting took place. It could have been quite easy to say, given the gravity of the challenges facing all of us, that we postpone this meeting. That did not happen. But that never crossed the mind of any of the colleagues. And once we agreed that we were hosting the meeting, the support was unanimous. And so I express on behalf of the people and the government of Grenada our profound gratitude for all of you, despite the challenge of the schedule, being here with us this afternoon. They say it's Marilyn Monroe who says, "I shall not keep you long." And I don't intend to keep you long. This historic moment and this historic site ensures that anyone who visits Grenada by air, on entering Grenada and on leaving Grenada, will pass through this CARICOM roundabout. And we have chosen this site because we wish to make it clear that the Caribbean community is integral to Grenada's identity, and that Grenada is an integral part of the Caribbean community. In fact, almost every roundabout in Grenada is simply named after its geographic location. And so this is perhaps the first roundabout where a deliberate act of renaming is taking place. And it is not by coincidence, because as Grenada begins to come to terms with its long history, and as it reflects on its 50th anniversary of independence, the issue of identity, the issue of who we are, the issue of owning our heritage, owning our landmarks, and ensuring that they are renamed after the persons who have created and contributed to our community is something that is very much an integral part of what we need to do over the next 50 years. And I could think of no better way than by starting to acknowledge the seminal role that the integration movement and the Caribbean community has played in shaping the history of Grenada. I need only speak of 1983 and the regional security system, and the fact that its first deployment was in fact in Grenada to restore law and order and to restore democracy as we now enjoy it today. Those troubling and dark days challenged the integration movement. And in many instances, it perhaps led to heads then having serious philosophical differences as to what should or should not have happened in Grenada in October of 1983. We need only look to Hurricane Ivan and the devastation and the breakdown of law and order. And it was our brothers and sisters from CARICOM, and in particular Trinidad and Tobago, who came to our rescue. We need only look to this month and the devastation wrought by Hurricane Beryl, the CARICOM, Petit Martinique, the Grenadine Islands, to the north of Grenada. And once again, it is our brothers and sisters in CARICOM who've come to our rescue. So this is a fitting tribute to our brothers and sisters in CARICOM. Welcome, and I thank you. We could do no more than to simply say to you, our solidarity and our commitment to CARICOM is deepened, it's strengthened, and will remain unwavering. Thank you very much, and welcome to Grenada. We shall rise.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Mitchell. Now, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. It's the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout. So a few points of information before we begin. Curacao will officially become an associate member of CARICOM during this 47th meeting. Therefore, Curaçao's pillar will remain covered until their accession. So if you see something covered after everything is uncovered, it's for that reason. Also, we will be taking a group photo at the monument. That's all the heads of governments, all the representatives. So please don't run away right after. I know it's warm, but we want to get one photo in. At this moment, I would like to invite all heads of government to please proceed to the monument and stand next to your nation's pillar. You will be escorted to the monument. While that's happening, Dr. Barnett, I would also like to invite you to the monument to partake in the unveiling of the official plaque. While everyone is getting settled, I would now like to invite you, our specially invited guests, if you would like to make your way around so you can witness this historic moment.
Okay, so we have reached the part of the ceremony where we will see the unveiling of the monuments. We're seeing to the front there the Honorable Prime Minister from Grenada. It is indeed a historic moment for us here, and I just want to reflect just a bit on what was said by Bishop Harvey. He said, only if we can come together as a people and a community that we will be able to stand tall and strong. So I think this was a significant point made, and coming together as one, they always say that we are stronger together. So there are heads that are here for the relevant countries will unveil a monument. And it is important to note that those that are not here at the moment, they have some cadets standing by who will do the honors of unveiling the monument. And as Zoe said, Curaçao's own will not be unveiled at this moment. And as I told you in the beginning, it will be done after they would have signed official documents during the 47th regular meeting that is going to officially open not too long from now at the Charter Hall, St. George's University.
How this is going to go. So to the heads of governments and to the representatives, once I call your nation's name, then you can remove the covering. We will move quite quickly. Once the pillar for each nation has been revealed, we're kindly asking Prime Minister Mitchell and Dr. Barnett to unveil the official plaque which will declare this the CARICOM Roundabout. And to our amazing audience, if we can save all the applause for the end when we have the final unveiling, that would be really appreciated. If I can get a cue for when we're ready to go. Okay, the moment we've been waiting for, the official unveiling. Grenada. Antigua and Barbuda. Bahamas. Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Anguilla, Bermuda, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, we'll now have the official unveiling of the plaque. Ladies and gentlemen, the CARICOM Roundabout. I think we can give one more round of applause. I'll now ask all heads of government to please gather around the monument for a photo. You'll be directed by the photographers. Everyone else, this concludes today's activities. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it was warm, but this was important. Thank you so much for being here for this historic moment. Have a great afternoon.
Well, this brings us to the end of this very important This brings us to the end of this very important. Well, we've just concluded what I would like to say is an historic moment for us here, the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout. It was indeed a very good, warm, entertaining and enlightening evening. The fact that we were able to twin the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout with the 47th regular meeting of the heads of government. And as you're seeing on the screen, they're all gathered there now to take a picture. We say hats off to the National Organizing Committee, brilliant initiative. And we did hear a bit about the history behind the choosing of the True Blue Roundabout, which is now known as the CARICOM Roundabout. The heads are taking the photo, and right after that, they will proceed over to the Charter Hall at the St. George's University for the official opening ceremony of the 47th regular meeting of the CARICOM heads. And we do know the Honorable Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, he is the chair, and we are expecting a lot of the issues and concerns to be brought to the table. We know that he always speaks highly of the issue of transportation and, exporting of our produce across the region. So this is an opportunity for Grenada to be in the limelight. So we do thank you all so much for being a part of this very important event, the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout right here in St. George, Grenada. At this time, so we're still seeing the meet and greet and so taking place at the moment. It is really a spectacle. I know it would be one of the where a number of Grenadians will come to take their regular photos and stuff. It is really, really a beautiful sight here. I hope everyone really appreciates the fact that as part of our Golden Jubilee, we have this significant activity here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for
And
attending.
as we do say, this is really
to the St. George's University Auditorium for the opening ceremony. We'll allow the official delegation to make their way out first.
Okay, so as we just heard there, it's really signaled the end of this event. The official ceremony is carded to begin at 4 p.m. at the Charter Hall, the St. George's University. So we will just keep you, in the loop, showing you the beauty of the roundabout. And as I said to you, it is one where a number of Grenadians will come through to take the relevant pictures. We're seeing Guyana taking their photo there as well. Once this aspect of our broadcast is over, we will be joining our colleagues over there at the Charter Hall for the official opening ceremony. But in the meantime, we're just showing you, I think, in just a nice drone shot of what the monument looks like. We do have our cadets there taking a photo op. And it has really been short but important. On the screen, we can get a browse of some of the specially invited guests. We're seeing the cab sec there. And everybody's just organizing themselves to make way through St. George's University for the official opening ceremony of the 47th Heads of CARICOM meeting. And as I mentioned before, a number of important factors will be discussed there. And, in moving the CARICOM region forward. Number of heads are here. We do know the conditions that they are here under. Some of them recently had to battle, like Grenada, with the catastrophic devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl, but nonetheless, they saw the significance and the importance, and we have this 47th regular meeting taking place in Grenada at this moment. It will conclude on Tuesday. But in the meantime, we're here showing you this very historic moment, the unveiling of what is now known as the CARICOM Roundabout. So once you enter Grenada by air, you will pass the roundabout. And once you're leaving Grenada by air, you will also pass the roundabout. It is indeed a spectacle, and I know a number of people will look forward to having the pictures taken there. But as I said, this was just the first aspect of what is going to be happening as we talk the 47th anniversary, the 47th regular meeting of the CARICOM heads. So on behalf of the entire crew on this end, we now want to turn over to Mr. Richard Simon, who is at the Charter Hall, and he will take us through what's happening on that end as we await the official opening ceremony of the 47th regular meeting of the CARICOM heads. So over to you, Richard.
It's a celebration of a Caribbean identity here at the St. George's University, the opening ceremony for the 47th CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Grenada. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Simon, and I'm your host. I'll be joined later on this evening by Micheria Noel. But it's my opportunity to welcome you, a privilege to welcome you, wherever you are in Grenada or in any member state of the Caribbean community. It's a wonderful day in Grenada. We've been having some rains over the last couple of days, but right now it's very sunny here in southern Grenada. The picturesque SGU, St. George's University, we're about a stone's throw away, and you may have heard not long ago one of the planes passing by. We're just a stone's throw away from the Maurice Bishop International Airport here at the picturesque southern tip of Grenada. So it's my privilege again to welcome you all wherever you are to today's broadcast. We just saw the unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout, and that's just about a mile and a half away from here. And we look forward, of course, to the start of the official opening ceremony here at the SGU. I can tell you that we've seen a number of government officials, private sector officials, regional and local, coming to the opening ceremony. A number of government officials. We saw, in fact, one of the persons who will be honored today at this ceremony, Clive Lloyd from Guyana, of course, a former West Indies captain, and we welcome him. Roderick Rainford, the former head of CARICOM, is also on the program to be honored as well today, and we look forward. We did not see him come through. He may have passed another entrance, but we certainly welcome them as well to this occasion. It's picturesque, but it is also historic. We are in a location in Grenada that formed the basis back in 1969 for the Grenada Exposition under Sir Eric Matthew Gerry at the time. SGU is in that location. It's on that exact point where back in 1969 Grenada heralded the Exposition of 1969. It is all today known as Expo 69. It's a historic moment as well because we are witnessing the handover of the chairmanship of CARICOM from Guyana's president to the Prime Minister of Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. And this will be the first time he's accepting the chairmanship of CARICOM in the 6-month rotational basis that the chairmanship rotates. And therefore, we look forward to that moment as well. And of course, it's also a historic occasion and a historic area because southern Grenada has been kind of the hub for Windward Islands, first of all, and then OECS, and of course CARICOM. Remember 35 years ago, the signing of the CARICOM Declaration here in Grenada as well. And we look forward to having more of the business of CARICOM transacted right here in Grand Anse. It's interesting because exactly 35 years ago where the agreement was signed in Grenada is where the conference business sessions will be held on the Grand Anse beach, and that will be about 2.5 miles away from here. So the heads will leave here after the opening ceremony and the business sessions will be held at the Grenada Radisson Resort on the Grand Anse beach. We look forward to the outcome of those discussions, for we understand that whenever heads meet, there's history. And we look forward, of course, to the benefits that will come to the Caribbean community as a result of this 47th meeting in Grenada. The signing of the Declaration of St. George's towards the reduction of intra-CARICOM roaming charges, that paved the way for this historic achievement, which was facilitated by the networks, of course, Digicel Group and Cable and Wireless Communications. That declaration was signed in 2022, enabled the delivery of seamless roaming and mobile services such as voice, SMS and data to the rest of the region. The meeting is particularly important because it comes as Grenada rebuilds, both on mainland Grenada, northern Grenada, and of course the islands or sister islands of Carriacou and Petit Martinique off to the north. The rebuilding process is on, and we look forward we thank and wish to express our gratitude on behalf of the government of Grenada to all the countries of the Caribbean and all the countries of the Caribbean Community CARICOM who've reached out and lent a hand in this difficult situation. Just a few minutes ago, in fact, we saw the arrival here at the SGU of what is called the Carriacou String Band, one of the string bands from Carriacou that's visiting, and they'll be performing later at the opening ceremony as well. Off to my right, the Grenada Cadet Corps is lined up with a number of the flags from the respective nations, and we are waiting the arrival of the heads now that they've concluded the official launch of the CARICOM Roundabout. And just up the road from here, we're expecting them to arrive here any moment and to begin the procession into the main hall for the opening ceremony. Well, the importance of regional bodies such as ours, such as CARICOM, cannot be overstated. It is bodies like these, on occasions like these, come to life in the context of whether there's any issues in developing in any particular states that we can support and help each other. It's clear that one of the major issues, talking about hurricanes, that will be on the agenda will be the issue of climate change. our Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, who will be the incoming chair of CARICOM, said recently that it is time that the international community looks at the issue of climate change and its effects on small island developing states. And he called for climate justice, an important term in the region, because of course we are facing more and more intense storm systems that are coming through. This year, of course, being a particularly active hurricane season. So we look forward to the discussions coming out of this particular meeting as well. This particular meeting will also be focusing on the issues related to food security in the region. That discussion has started some time ago, and it will be furthered and reviewed and examined at this particular meeting. We also recognize that the agricultural sector is playing a very important role in our Caribbean countries, and that's also under review at this particular meeting. And we look forward to the outcomes of that as well. Talking about climate change, we date back to 2008, 2009, when Grenada chaired the Alliance of Small Island States, and since then has been advocating on behalf of the region and playing its role, in fact, in the discussions that seeks to ensure that the regional issues, the regional concerns related to climate change, the regional impacts related to climate change are addressed at not just the regional level, but at the international level as well. So that conversation is a continuing conversation, and the heads will have it on the agenda as well in this weekend's exercise. The heads are meeting here for starting today. It's 3 days. The conference, the Heads of Government Conference, ends on Tuesday afternoon at about 4:30 with a final communique and a final press conference. But in the meantime, the issues of science and technology will be at the forefront as well. Grenada, the leadership of our country, is very much involved and in the forefront of that, as Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell is the person responsible for science and technology at the CARICOM level. And so we are eager to see what are the things that will be on the agenda to ensure that we have some outcomes that will benefit that sector across the region. The Grandance Declaration, if we look back, looked at issues such as environmental protection, education, culture, health, and regional security. And of course, if you viewed the CARICOM website, there's a host of information there that we can also look into in case I'm just actually touching the very bare bones of the conversations, but it's important that we as Caribbean people keep ourselves abreast and keep ourselves aware of the changes within CARICOM. It's a celebration of an identity, a Caribbean identity, that we all must be focusing on. We also congratulate the heads for this meeting and look forward to what they will be agreeing to at the end of this particular meeting. The meeting's agenda comprised agri-food systems, that's on the agenda, prioritizing food and nutrition security, climate change and sustainable development, of course foreign policy, the CARICOM single market and economy, that's very important, and the engagement with social partners. Of course, Hurricane Beryl will also be on the agenda as we look to see, in Grenada, we're the ones affected by Hurricane Beryl. In fact, CARICOM and Petit Martinique, our work is ongoing there, and in northern Grenada as well, to get to rebuild after the destruction of the Hurricane Beryl. So I have with me one of the young men who's in the leadership of the Grenada trade union movement. He is Mr. Brian Grimes, and we are here talking. We're going to be talking today about the impact of labor and labor relations within CARICOM. First of all, welcome. It's wonderful to see you. Tell me about the importance of meetings like these and the overall view of the labor situation in not just in Grenada, but certainly in the CARICOM region.
Yes, integration is very important, and labor is no different. I'm really, really happy to be part of this event, this session. I'm very proud as a Grenadian, not just a Labour leader, but I'm very proud. Recently, I went to the Caribbean Public Service Association, which is something similar to CARICOM, but on a more micro level as regards public sector unions within the region. It was held in Bermuda, and similar to CARICOM, in fact, different islands in alphabetical order would get a chance to chair and host different events when the year comes. So as far as that is concerned, we are moving forward. As far as labor is concerned. The CPSA is what it's called. It's very similar. It's over 50 years old, similar to CARICOM. So I'm happy to be here following that event to see this particular, event, the renaming of the Roundabout and so forth, and the fact that our fairly new Prime Minister is the chair of CARICOM. It's something incredible, and I'm very, very happy to be part of it and witnessing it as a Grenadian.
Let me ask you, in the context of changing Caribbean, clearly the things we knew 10 and 15 years ago are almost no longer relevant. How is the public sector factoring in these changes, and how is the sector adapting to these new changes, this new global environment?
Yeah, well, nothing can happen in any nation without proper public service. Public service is absolutely critical. So as we go along, we hear different things about public sector, reformation and so forth, and improvement. And the trade union movement is happy to be part of that in a collaborative way. Many people view the trade union movement in general as sometimes adversarial, but in fact, what we try to do is work along with administrations, work along with governments to ensure the development of society and by extension the country. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a number of new issues, food security as a major issue in this environment. Yeah. Issues of climate change is not necessarily new, but we've seen the impacts of that. Mm-hmm. Again, the public service is in a position to facilitate a number of those issues. Yeah. What's the discussion like at the level of the public service, both locally and regionally, as it relates to addressing issues of climate change, for example?
Yeah, so food security is important, but I want to hone in on climate change. And recently what happened with Beryl, it just put a magnifying glass or a microscope on the importance of this discussion. I'm very proud and happy to see that our Prime Minister and the Chair of CARICOM, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, has decided, we have to take this. We have to take this further. We have to speak at different functions, United Nations level, COP, wherever we can, to ensure that this must be addressed, because we are bearing, as small island developing states, the brunt of the activities that are causing these adverse climate events. So we have to do something about it. That might be more long term. In the short term, I'm happy to know that we are looking towards things such as how we rebuild. So currently, CARICOM PD Martinique is flattened. But how do we rebuild? We have to make sure that the infrastructure is hurricane resistant and resilient as best as possible. We have to get into ensuring that insurance, house insurance and this building insurance becomes part of the norm and culturalized in our society, so that when we have adverse events like Beryl, we can rebuild in a faster way. So climate change is something we definitely have to look at. We are small, but we have a voice at the international level, and I look forward to seeing a lot of advocacy in ensuring that we rebuild better, as well as advocate to the bigger nations, the global north, in trying to be as responsible as possible in terms of their industrial development.
Thank you very much for stopping by. It's wonderful to see you. Okay. So that was Mr. Brian Grimes. He is the president of the Grenada Public Workers Union. Sherrian has just joined me. She was over at the historic launch of the CARICOM Roundabout. She will join me on camera shortly, but I'm privileged to invite into the space the Honorable Claudette Joseph, who is the Grenada's Attorney General, the Minister of Legal Affairs. Wonderful to have you. Wonderful to see you this afternoon. Tell me about Grenada's acceptance of the chairmanship of CARICOM. What's going to be our major focus? I know we are leading the charge on science and technology, but tell me about where that sits and how we can benefit and push that conversation forward.
Yes, thank you very much. As you know, Richard, digital transformation is one of the pillars of growth that we as a government has recognized. And in assuming the chairmanship, as you said, Prime Minister Mitchell would also be responsible for information, communication technology, and technology in general in the cabinet of CARICOM, so to speak, because as you know, there's a structure in CARICOM where there is a cabinet-like structure with each head responsible for a different area of growth and transformation. And so the assumption of the chairmanship and the focus on science, technology, digital transformation squares well with our own focus in Grenada. And Prime Minister Mitchell has already indicated that his aim is to push this forward much more than it had been done in the past. So look forward to a lot of initiatives as we move the whole of the CARICOM region to a new era of digital transformation where, as in Grenada, we aim for all governments to move towards a paperless system, a paperless government. So that would definitely be a focus. Climate change and sustainable development, pressing the larger countries to be responsible and to do more than to just giving lip service to solving the problems associated with climate change, because we in the Caribbean, we feel the impact more than perhaps any other region of the world, being small island developing states and very vulnerable. So that's the area that the Prime Minister would be focusing as chairman of CARICOM.
So I want to ask you, as it relates to climate change, this whole issue of climate justice that the Prime Minister mentioned, what is your view of that? What does it look like? What does climate justice look like as far as Grenada is concerned, with his attempting to push that agenda in the wider community?
Yes. As you know, global warming is real, and global warming is the main cause of the ferocious hurricanes that we have been having. In the past, we knew nothing of Category 4 and 5 hurricanes. Now we are possibly facing hurricanes, the strength of which will surpass Category 5. And that is because the larger nations who contribute to the causes of global warming continue to pay lip service rather than to meet the commitments that they have signed on to. And when we have ferocious storms such as Beryl, what we find ourselves doing is being set back many years. Every time we develop and we grow, we have a setback. And in rebuilding, we would find that a lot of the funding available comprise loan funding rather than grants. So we find ourselves having to cause our economies and our countries to become indebted in order to recover from the impact of these ferocious storms. And we are saying that, one, the countries must meet their commitments to reduce harmful greenhouse emissions, because that's part of what they agreed to in the Paris Agreement, for example. Secondly, they must do more to assist via grant funding, not loan, to help countries such as ours to recover after these dangerous storms and to build back better. And in building back better, ensuring that we do not have to be borrowing in order to do that. Otherwise, we will never grow as we would like to.
Senator Joseph, thank you very much. Thanks for spending time. I wish you a very successful launch this afternoon, opening ceremony, and we look forward to speaking to you after as well.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
We just had a wonderful launch and unveiling of the CARICOM Roundabout, and so I expect the rest of the meeting to be just as wonderful and successful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm going to be joined by Aaron Moses shortly, but if you look in the background, you're going to see a number of the Carrico team I was talking about earlier. They're just up there. That's the Carrico string band. They have made it down to Grenada, and we definitely are happy to have them. Of course, they come from an island that's been devastated by Hurricane Beryl. But yet they took the time to come down and share with us here at the launch of the opening ceremony at the 47th CARICOM Summit here in Grenada. I'm joined by Aaron Moses, good colleague of mine. Wonderful to see you, sir. You tell me about the importance of CARICOM. We've attended several CARICOM issues, and I want you to tell me where we are. Has things really changed for the Caribbean? We've been having discussions, we've been having agreements signed. You've been in the economic space for a while. Tell me about your own interpretations of where we are as a region.
Well, I think CARICOM has had tremendous achievements over the last 51 years. Certainly there are challenges, there are weaknesses, but I think when we look at the fundamental pillars on which CARICOM are built, that is the pursuance of the deep integration of the region's economies, there have been significant progress. Some may argue that the progress has not been accelerated enough, but we have achieved quite a lot. And I think with the new dispensation of leadership we have now, they have been moving aggressively and demonstrating tremendous commitment and dedication towards deepening the integration movement. And hence the reason that so much emphasis is now being placed on ensuring that all the administrative and legislative arrangements that are enabling to ensure that we do have a single market and economy are being put in place. When we look at the areas of functional cooperation, that has been one of our extremely successful areas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome our heads of government. But first, the Secretary General of CARICOM, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett. Representing Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Chet Green. From the Commonwealth of Bahamas, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin. Representing Barbados, the Honorable Kerry Simmons. From the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt. From the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. From the Republic of Haiti, His Excellency Edgar Leblanc Fils. Representing Jamaica, Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith. From Montserrat, the Honorable Charles Kernan. From St. Lucia, the Honorable Philip J. Pear. Representing the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Jeffrey Hanley. From St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez. From the Republic of Suriname, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santo. From Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley. From Bermuda, the Honorable Walter Roban. British Virgin Islands, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Withley. From Turks and Caicos Islands, the Honorable Arlington Musgrave. And ladies and gentlemen, from Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. Please remain standing as we welcome Governor General of Grenada, Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenat. Now the national anthem of Grenada. Thank you, Royal Grenada Police Force Band. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. We will now invite Pastor Stanford Simon of the St. George's Baptist Church for the invocation.
Let's pray. O God and eternal Father, how great is your faithfulness and your love. We thank you for this wonderful opportunity as the heads of government meet here for the 47th meeting. We thank you, O God, for the safety, bringing every single person here. We thank you for the wisdom, knowledge you have given, O God, to our leaders. As they gather here today, Lord, to plan, to seek, Lord, your guidance and wisdom. We thank you, God, for fathers, those who have gone before us, provided leadership and guidance, Lord, throughout CARICOM. We thank you, God, for the opportunity. As we look ahead, Lord, we think about the food security. We think about job security, energy security. We pray, oh God, as they meet to discuss, to deliberate, oh God, on the issues that confront us as a region. We pray, Heavenly Father, for your wisdom. Even Ms. Grenada take up the chairmanship. We ask, O God, that your wisdom be upon our leadership. Lord, may we as a people learn to follow. May our leaders think more of the people than themselves. May the reality, God, that we face in the world, we live in a wonderful and a beautiful place for which you have blessed us with. Help our leaders, O God, to dig deep, look into the future. Help us, O God, to prepare for it. And so, God, may your guidance and your leadership be over them. Every word that would be spoken and the thoughts would be shared. This we ask in Jesus' holy and precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Simon. Before I ask the heads to take their seats, I'd like to re-invite our students to present special gifts on behalf of the government and people of Grenada. Audience, you may be seated. On February 7th, 2024, Grenadians at home and abroad, adorned in red, green, and gold, united to mark a monumental milestone, the nation's 50th anniversary of independence. There was a palatable and visible sense of pride on the faces of thousands of Grenadians who celebrated. The significance of the 50th anniversary of independence was deeply engraved in the heart of every Grenadian. It was a time to reflect on past generation struggles and sacrifices and honor the indomitable spirit of Grenadians. The 50th anniversary is a once-in-a-lifetime milestone. We are incredibly proud to collaborate with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank to unveil the special commemorative circulation of the $50 banknote, known as the Grenada 50. The Grenada $50 note pays homage to Grenada's vibrant culture, our rich history, and cherished icons. The design of this commemorative circulation note weaves together elements that perfectly captures Grenada. Our students will now present the commemorative note to all heads of government represented. We want to say thanks to our students for bravely putting their uniforms back on during the summer vacation.
Thank you, students. And thank you. You may now have your seats. I now invite the Presentation Brothers College Choir to render the CARICOM song.
From many distant lands our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained.
In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrating song as we rush towards where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these. We sight we pray we love. We dance and we play. We relate to each other the West Indian way. Today as a people unite, united as one. Determined and steadfast we stand. We look to a brand new horizon, the future not firmly in hands. Raise your voices high, sing out your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, your heart beat as one. Celebrate in song, as we rise to where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Elele babo, hope you sing CARICOM. Levele ba, naki ocean CARICOM. Somewhere tamu babo, hope you sing CARICOM. Raise your voices high, sing out your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, your heart beat as one. Celebrate in song, where we belong. Sound the victory drum for CARICOM. Elele babo, hope you sing CARICOM. Elele ba, ele, ele, somewhere tamu babo, hope you sing CARICOM.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prestigious Presentation Brothers College Choir. And might I add, alma mater of the Prime Minister of Grenada. We continue to celebrate our young men, and they're beckoning us to let our hearts beat as one. Your Excellency, Dame Cecile Agrenade, Governor General of Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada and Chairman of CARICOM, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and outgoing Chairman of CARICOM, heads of government and delegations of CARICOM member states and associate member states, Your Excellency, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, members of the Cabinet of Grenada and ministers of CARICOM member states, presiding officers of the Parliament of Grenada, other members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, specially invited guests, delegates, staff of the CARICOM Secretariat, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen of the Caribbean community, welcome to pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. Grenada is home to the exquisite Grand Anse Beach, the world's first underwater sculpture park, listed as one of the top 25 wonders of the world by National Geographic. Welcome again to spicy tropical paradise. My name is Neela Etienne, and I am delighted and honored to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. This year is a special year for both Grenada and CARICOM, as we both met at 50. For those of you who missed our celebrations on February 7th, I invite you to reflect with us, celebrating one people, one journey, one future.
Happy 50th anniversary of independence.
If I take time and I write down all the things that I love on my island, best believe my list gon' be like 5 miles long. Best believe it's love that makes me sing this song. 3 islands united as one, blessed with the strength to carry on. We're more than just that island in the sun. Tell the world we are Grenada.
Higher, 50 years we're blessed with force and fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. In the sun, look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come, more to come, more to come. We're going higher. 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher, going higher. As we aspire, build advances, put people together. Bang, bang, bang. It's only up front. We take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning. From the people who came through sugar and chains, emancipation to revolution. Going higher. 50 years we're blessed with force and fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Aspire, build advances, want people together. Going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Really and truly, can't find the words to describe what my country mean to me. So much things we take for granted, but so much things they give to me.
Peace and tranquility, family, community. In no matter where I go in the world, just know that home is where my heart is.
50 years, as you strive for 50 more, as you strive to reach your goal, like you're running, bring the goal.
I can see the vision clear. Sing it out to let the people hear.
Look at how we've gone and how far we've come.
50 years we strong and more to come, more to come, more to come. It's only up from here. More, more, more. Higher, higher. It's only up from higher. 50 years we're blessed with fortune fire. Still reaching for
We made the CARICOM pity banding.
Years we're strong and more to come. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are in the applauding mood, I'd like to invite you to give a round of applause to all our athletes representing us in Paris at this time. And I'd like to invite at this time a cultural presentation which features Aquino Romaine, spoken word artist, performing a piece called Yui. Dance company, one unit, former Independence monarch, Mr. Nivian Cox, and our reigning Independence monarch, Mr. Finley Jeffrey, also known as the Scholar. And of course, we want to welcome to the stage this evening, this afternoon, groovy artists from Caracou and Petit Martinique, Mr. Golden. Let's welcome them.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I begin, I just want to ask a question. Do we have any UE alumni here today? Ooh, that's good. So I just want to get a little bit more specific. Do we have anybody from Mona? All right. Cave Hill? All right. The best campus, St. Augustine? All right. A little bit more specific. Anybody stayed on hall? We have any Milnerites inside there? Okay, hello. Lovely. Right, so this piece is entitled UE, and it was written while I went to UE. So for those of you who attended the University of the West Indies, you would understand the Caribbean unity and camaraderie I felt at school and what inspired this piece. I wonder if UE got its name by chance. Why it couldn't be UOC, University of the Caribbean. I wonder if serious thought was given to the letters they put in together, to the acronym they making and the name they creating, because the name they created could never have been more fitting. You see, this Caribbean we live in is all you, we. A name that reflects individuality and in the same breath togetherness, you are all from different islands, but we make up the Caribbean. We make me a citizen of the region. I no longer Grenadian. I Vinci, Lucian, Trini with a little Antigua, and I can't mention every island, but you check what I mean, and you, nah. We have made it so that we highlight our differences, which is fair. We are all unique. But a similar story is told in the different creoles we speak. We are more common than we know or like to admit, but division has more short-term benefits. Check this. What a Grenadian call French cashew, a Trinigo call pomerac, but that don't change the fact that it's red. And when you cut it, the flesh white. So because he Bajan and he Jamaican, that don't change the fact that we fought and still fighting the same fight. Maybe with variations, but our nations are plagued with similar strains like crime, corruption, climate change, and political climates that can change. And when politicians ready to rain, the clouds of corruption that swell and bust on who? You, we, on us. And when you sit and reflect that all our we wet dies when you realize we ain't so different. You, we recognize the slice of paradise we have. We're similarly blessed indeed, as chronics say, I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Chicken curry, curry chicken. And as far as I know, Accra and fish cake is the same thing. Different things, differences, but different is what makes us beautiful. Our beauty is why we are duty-filled to protect what we hold dear. That's why you, we are here. That's another commonality we share. a goal and a vision for a better region. We have more in common than dry and wet season or a preference for food that well seasoned. I believe that we have an obligation, a mission that transcends the boundaries of our individual nations. We are the salvation for little pieces of heaven. We are the catalyst for change. We have the brains and the brawn. I'd like to believe our unity isn't entirely gone, that we recognize that victory is only possible when we unite as one, that our ultimate interests are common, that capital hasn't clouded our vision for a better region. Unity is our best bet. And if we, even with a set of degrees, can see that, then we fail. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sing, oh. They run them out. They say Grenada is a waste of time. They cast it out. They say that the country is in decline. Since 74, man is like she don't really go nowhere. In fact, they know that she has been in reverse since that day. But I am her son, a devoted one. With me rod and staff, I'm here on her behalf, just to issue a simple message. Exercise some restraint. I want all our children hold some strain. Please hold some strain, give her some time. She's not yet in her prime. She's only 50. Oh, oh, give her some time. She's not yet in her prime. She just reached half a century. She's still young, no one can debate. She does punch above her weight. So much patriots have her on the map. She winning medal in athletics, in the World Games and the Olympics. I proclaim put some respect to her name. She faced Ivan, that deadly storm, and as that dawn, Emily come, no peril heat. She won't retreat, many others won't make it. So all you sing with me, give her some time. She's not yet in her prime, she's only 50. Oh, give her some time, she's not yet in her prime. She just reached half a century. All you sing this song. Oh, 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 every day now. Oh, 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 low me down. Sing. Oh, 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 oh. Each and every time she fall down, she always get up and rebound. Oh, throughout the passage of history, Grenada win many victory. All you sing now. So welcome to my Spice Island, the place where resilience was born. The home of T.A. Marisho, of Gary Bishop and Fedo. So as Prime Minister Deacon, prepare to lead CARICOM. The spirit of them heroes today is embedded in his DNA. And just as my sweet Grenada, he little but so italawa. Help me sing, all you help me sing. For you, give her some time. She's not yet in her prime. She's only 50. Oh, oh, give her some time. She's not yet in her prime. She just reached half a century. Thank you. Hey, hey. Sing, oh, 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 oh. Ay, 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 yeah. 50 years now, man, we riding on this little bus number H473, H473. Hey, and somewhere, somehow, we keep moving on this little bus number H473, H473. Hey, in 74 he started journey.
with a young driver called Eric Carey. Under pressure, he changed some gears. Man, the road was bumpy those early years. Now as we look in the rearview mirror, we look in the rearview mirror. We see a people, we see sky red. So many passengers end up dead. Rearview mirror. We look in the rearview mirror. So much Panamia and sweeter. Some drivers, what up them? Then a young driver named Kid Mitchell to cover the bus for a long spell. He made sure that it was nice and clean, but never bothered about the engine. As the parts corrode, foreigners came on board. Sector chief big guy in the name of CBI. Even though money flow, money poor became poor evermore. Destitute and vulnerable. Now as we look round the corner, round the corner, round the corner, man, we have to make sure this time that nobody is left behind. As we look round the corner, round the corner, round the corner, as we celebrate in 50, let's eliminate poverty. On H47, we ride in, let we ride. On H47, we ride in, side by side. H47, we ride in, we riding on. H47, from Sir Eric Carey down to Deacon. On H47, we riding free. On H47, we riding on to 50. On H47. We dance for all our days, yes. Who knows man of the party? I tell you it. Shout it, let them know it. Put your hands up. Who's the body's passing? Tell them what them no crazy like way. If you love your country, up in all thing we in time. When it comes to fighting, we don't play. We not leaving this place till we sign. No matter how police can move. Look, I say we just hype it up whenever my team link up. Cause we bring the vibes, the life, the everything. Tell them, session can ban, we talk to we. If you love the whole Caribbean, one, who knows man of the party? I'll tell you it. Shout it, let them know where we represent. Who's the body's passing? Some no crazy like well, hey. Up in all thing we enjoy. When it comes to fighting, we don't play. We not leaving this place till we say. Come on, time. Guess what? Aye. We turn these lives up. Aye, aye, aye. Party like a holiday. If you know you love this spice country, the whole CARICOM community, who does wanna be party? I tell you it. Shout it, let them know where we represent. Who's the body's passing? Them no crazy like we. Sing it. Up in all thing we enjoy. When it comes to fighting, we don't. We're not leaving this place till we say. I love you guys. It was a pleasure to be here.
energy of the Grenadian people. It's infectious, isn't it? And for those of you who won't join us for Carnival, we just wanted to give you a taste. At this time, I'd like to invite Secretary General of CARICOM, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, to make opening remarks.
Your Excellency, Dame Cecile La Grenade, Governor General of Grenada, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada and Chairman of the Conference, Okay. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and outgoing Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Heads of Delegation, Heads of International and Religious, Heads of International and Regional Institutions, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, citizens of the Caribbean community, representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a very warm welcome to this rescheduled 47th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community. In a demonstration of remarkable resilience and courage, we are being ably and graciously hosted by the government and people of Grenada, who for the past 4 weeks have been fully occupied with the extensive assessment, recovery, rebuilding necessitated by the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl on Monday, July 1. On behalf of the community, we offer condolences to all Grenadians who lost family members and possessions. We also extend our sympathies to the wider CARICOM family in Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who are also heavily impacted by the hurricane. The community stands with you as efforts continue to return to normal life. Prime Minister Mitchell, I voice our deep appreciation for the warm hospitality with which we have been received and for the exceptional arrangements in place for our engagements over the next 2 days. Grenada is of historic importance to CARICOM. It is here, in the Spice Isle, that the Granans Declaration and Work Program for the advancement of the integration movement was signed in 1989. That occasion stamped our commitment to work expeditiously together to deepen the integration process and strengthen the Caribbean community. 35 years later, our movement is still vibrant and influential, a testament to the strength of the resolve that was shown at Granans and before that at Chaguaramas. It is therefore with great pleasure that I welcome Prime Minister Mitchell to the chairmanship of the conference. Since he joined the conference in June 2022 as Grenada's newly elected leader, he has shown his deep commitment to the integration process and his attention to science and technology, including information and communications technology, for which he has lead responsibility in the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM Heads of Government. Chair, we are assured that under your astute guidance, this 47th regular meeting and for the next 6 months, the business of the community will be ably directed. I also extend congratulations to you and all Grenadians as you mark your golden jubilee of independence. And even as our celebrations of CARICOM's 50th anniversary end, we acknowledge our member states, namely Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who mark 50 years of CARICOM membership this year. Since we met last face-to-face in Guyana in February 2024, the community has been guided with decisiveness, determination, and energy by our outgoing chair, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. There have been notable achievements under his chairmanship, including increased engagement with Africa and the Middle East, advances on initiatives to increase the region's food and nutrition security, and arrangements to widen the membership of CARICOM. Importantly, there have been landmark advancements in managing the multifaceted crisis in our sister member state, Haiti. A governance structure comprising a transitional presidential council is represented here today. Welcome very much, the president of the Transitional Presidential Council, has been established and through which a new cabinet has been appointed. We must note the critical role played by CARICOM heads of government and the eminent persons group in bringing Haiti to the point of a transitional government represented at this meeting by Senator Edgar LeBlanc Fields, head of the Transitional Presidential Council. The coming months are crucial to Haiti's future stability, and CARICOM remains ready to continue its support as needed. I also acknowledge our distinguished special guests at this 47th regular meeting, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, KC, daughter of Dominica and Antiguan soil, and a staunch advocate of the value of collective action to deepen integration and advance development. Regrettably, she is unable to join us physically for this rescheduled meeting, but we look forward to her virtual participation. Two CARICOM stalwarts will be recognized with the region's highest honor, the Order of the Caribbean Community, in this evening's opening ceremony. West Indian cricketer extraordinaire Sir Clive Lloyd of Guyana, and former CARICOM Secretary General Mr. Roderick Rainford of Jamaica will join the pantheon of awardees recognized for their phenomenal contributions and legacy to regional integration and identity. I congratulate them both and express our appreciation for exemplifying the best of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, our integration movement has entered into the second half of its journey to a century. As we celebrated our 50th anniversary during last year, we took stock of our achievements and evaluated our faithfulness to the ideals of our integration movement, even as we acknowledge that there is still much more work to be done. There's no denying that there are many noteworthy successes. CARICOM has led or supported critical hemispheric and global issues that have influenced the thinking of some of the major countries of the world. Our relentless voice regarding the crisis in Haiti, our call for activation of the Loss and Damage Fund for our vulnerable small island and low-lying coastal developing states, recognition by all the independent member states of the region to the state of Palestine, advocacy for the two-state solution to resolve the long-standing conflict in Israel, and our call for the end to the ongoing war in Gaza. In all of these issues, we have signaled our perspicacity, courage, and unity to the global community. Our growing impact and stature has led to an increasing number of expressions of interest from countries in the hemisphere to participate more fully in CARICOM. In 1973, 4 founding member states signed the original Treaty of Chaguaramas. Today, we comprise a vibrant membership of 15 member states and 5 associate members, with Curacao set to be formally installed as our 6th associate member today. I warmly welcome His Excellency I warmly welcome His Excellency Gilmar Pisas, Prime Minister of Curacao, and his delegation, and look forward to Curacao's active engagement as the newest member of the CARICOM family. Excellencies, delegates, and guests, I have a steadfast belief in the potential of CARICOM to be a force for good for every Caribbean man, woman, and child. Our dynamic interplay in economic coordination, functional cooperation, foreign policy coordination, security cooperation, tourism, education, agriculture, and health is one of the hallmarks of our success, truly exemplifying the theme of this meeting, one people, one journey, one future. However, while we share a common ancestry, history, heritage, our countries are known for their diversity. Blending these distinct and sometimes dissimilar characteristics is no easy feat. It is testament to our respect for each other and our vision and our love for the region and its people that our integration movement continues to deepen, thrive, and make a difference. I note in particular the important role played by our regional institutions in solidifying our integration. This was especially evident most recently following Hurricane Beryl, where the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency provided critical support to our assessment and relief efforts. We have taken notable steps towards realizing some of the main tenets of the Grenance Declaration signed on this soil in July 1998. The free movement of nationals in the community, the provision of a reliable and cost-effective regional transportation system, establishment of the CARICOM single market and economy, economic and political cooperation, and common market instruments. As our countries reinforce resilience and growth, it is critical that this 47th regular meeting advances these and other discussions and decisions intrinsic to the objectives of CARICOM integration. The staff of the Secretariat remain committed to giving our usual support to member states and their programs. We have been intentionally engaging the private sector, civil society, indigenous peoples, women, and especially young people who are the future of our region. Intergenerational views benefit the community with fresh, innovative perspectives, and we will continue to leverage these together. As one people, we journey into our collective future. My hope is that as we rise from this 47th meeting, more aware, more confident of our strength, and more focused on the tangible outputs, food, health, shelter, education, social interaction, and social justice, that will ensure the development and prosperity of our Caribbean community and its people. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Carla Barnett. Dr. Carla Barnett is the 8th Secretary General of CARICOM. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to acknowledge the presence, the arrival of Honorable Philip J. Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and outgoing Chairman of the Caribbean Community.
Thank you very much. From the very onset, allow me to first of all indulge you in a brief moment of reflection as we, people of faith, ask for the strength of those families who have lost loved ones in peril, and for the communities that are healing and devastated, and the leaders of those countries who has a responsibility of rebuilding with limited resources, that they too be given the strength of leadership during these difficult times. I ask you to reflect in prayers. I thank you. My dear friends, we can look at life from many dimensions. Professor Thomas always asks a question when he addressed regional institutions and regional gatherings like these. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's an important question that we must address. I have deliberately allowed myself to follow the inspiration from my dear friend, Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves. And his inspirations are normally very long. So if I am very long this evening, it is only because of his inspiration. But allow me from the onset to thank the Secretary General, the Bureau, and the staff of the Secretariat for their enormous support and hard work during my tenure as chairman. But I wish not to reflect on my tenure as chairman because the governance mechanism of CARICOM speak to a bureau. And I wish, therefore, to position my remarks within the context of that bureau. But I wish to remind us all that today we are meeting at a time when the world faced many challenges and crises, none of which originate from this region. The climate crisis did not originate from this region. The energy crisis did not originate from this region. The inequality crisis did not originate from this region. The crisis of indignity did not originate from this region. But this region faced and continue to face these challenges that we must confront. Sometimes we do not celebrate who we are, and we do not get the glamorous headlines across the world for the contributions we are making as a region and the difference we are making as a region. And we do not seek after those glamorous headlines. But I think if we do not correct the narrative that is sometimes used to define us, and the narrative that is used to set us in a certain frame, we'll be doing a continuous injustice to those before us, those who are with us, and those who will come in the future. And I wish to highlight some of these issues and position CARICOM and for the people of this region to be the judge as to the question that is consistently asked about the relevance of CARICOM, the importance of CARICOM, these questions can be easily put to rest. And I want to do so tonight with some examples. Today, all of us in this room, we face rising prices. And all of us, in a reflect action, point all our fingers to the government. But what about the system that is failing us globally? What about the fact that in the last, I'm not ever going to go back to COVID, because we spent 2 years redirecting resources for education, for infrastructure, for agriculture, for security, to fight COVID, to give our people an opportunity to live. We did this with resources from our budgets. We did this with very little international help. We did this with some strong friendship that those before us would have created for us, that we must go back to. But we succeeded. How many headlines would speak to that crisis and how the leadership of the region navigated that crisis? As I speak to you today, in the last 6 months alone, we're importing inflation at a record level. The cost of shipping increasing by more than 1,000%, 800%. We did not cause that. We did not create the conflict around the world that is driving up the cost of shipping, but we are facing those challenges with the increased cost of shipping. The increased cost of energy. The countries that must now direct budgetary resources that should have gone to healthcare, but now to rebuild after burial. Where is the voices of the private sector and all those who profess immense love for the region in helping the leadership of the region to call upon the international community to support the redevelopment and to support the rebuilding of the economies that suffered even from this latest hurricane? Very few voices, but all fingers are pointed to the leadership and the governments. Without an acknowledgement of the challenges, we as leaders are not shying away from the challenges. Prime Minister Rowley convened a regional conference on security, acknowledging that we have a problem, but went beyond that, allowing the region to understand the source of the problem and the importance of addressing the source of the problem, and then developing a holistic approach in dealing with the revelation of the problem. But that aspect of the discourse becomes absent. Important aspect of the discourse, but it becomes absent. You know, what we fought for as a people and as a region is sometimes forgotten. First, we then had to fight for an identity. After we fought for dignity and identity, we then had to fight to ensure we had our own values and values were not imposed upon us, so that we can have our own value system. And now, as we fought these battles, we have to now fight to ensure we build systems that work for us and not systems that are imposed upon us. We have to build systems that work for our region. And this requires the private sector, it requires government, it requires the academic community. We have to come together and build systems that work for us. We have to trust in ourselves. We have to have faith in each other. And we have to have hope about the future. Is the glass half full or half empty? Sir Clive Lloyd, an example that we can all take a page from. Leading not a cricket team, West Indies cricket team was not only fighting to win cricket matches, they were fighting for an identity. They were fighting for a culture. They were fighting for freedom. They were fighting for people. They were fighting against oppression. And we led that fight. West Indies cricket led that fight. This region led that fight. Make no mistake about it. On the issue of democracy, and I'm only going to go in the last 3 or 4 years because we forget these things. It's very easy to lump the entire system into a basket and then set the basket in a river. But on the issue of democracy, as chair of CARICOM, I sat with colleagues, SG and her team, for hours upon hours, days upon days. We went to Jamaica. Jamaica convened a special meeting, invited all stakeholders. Well, let's me backstep. In Guyana, we held a special breakfast with all international stakeholders in the region. Then we went to Jamaica. Jamaica, Belize, then invested money. Jamaica invested in training security personnel. And then we left our normal duties and sometimes spent 6, 7 hours in the night. What did we spend that time on? The people we love, the people of Haiti, to ensure that Haiti was returned along a path of democracy. And many media outlets in the region and extra-regionally call us all type of names, tell us we are in all different pockets, and we were sellout. Today, and I want to thank former Prime Minister Henry, because he was the part of the process of resigning himself and government. And today, we have a presidential council, a prime minister, and we remain strongly committed to the task of ensuring Haiti return to full normalcy, democracy, and governance. Make no mistake, this was no easy task. This was not accidental. This was hard work, sustained work, and commitment from this region. And we don't want to be applauded. We don't want to secure the headlines for this. But I want to put on the record today that the leadership of this region must be applauded, and I want Haiti to know. I want the people of Haiti to know. Never, ever, never, ever reduce the role CARICOM played in this situation. Never be led to believe that we were in any pockets. The only pocket we were in was the pocket of the people, for the love of the people, the freedom of the people, and the return of normalcy in Haiti. I want to thank Jamaica, Belize, St. Kitts, Barbados, St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada. I want to thank every single head, every single member of the CARICOM family that allowed us to achieve this significant moment in regional life. I say to the leadership of Haiti and the people of Haiti, we remain strongly committed to you, to our love for you, and our love for the people of Haiti. On that note, I want to recognize the eminent persons group who worked relentlessly, and to say to the leadership of Haiti openly, we have said it in meetings, we are prepared to support Haiti with this group continuing its work alongside you, in support of you, not to lead, in support of you. The eminent persons group remain a mechanism to help and support you on this journey to democracy and good governance. In my own country, also, in 2020, we were faced with tremendous threat to our democracy. CARICOM again turned up. CARICOM again, many leaders were called all kinds of things in Parliament, in the news, and from all stakeholders. But they quietly stuck to their commitment for this region and for Guyana. And again, I thank them. Our security threat. It was easy for a big news agency to highlight the threat to our national security in Guyana. Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves, again, go to many of the headlines and see how this was characterized too. Convened a meeting among regional heads, brought together all sides, and we avoided disaster for this region. This is the region I'm talking about. Speaking about disaster and climate justice and climate change, there is no stronger voice on climate change than the voices of the leaders of this region, led by Prime Minister Motley. Enormous work on reforming the financial system. And not only for this region, for every single country, every sixth country, Prime Minister Motley is championing every single day the reform of the financial system to bring climate justice, not only to us, but to all those who are suffering. We don't hear about this. This small region, no louder voice on climate than Prime Minister Motley. This region, no other best practice on forestry, leading the charge on forestry, leading the charge on biodiversity, ensuring that we maintain our forests, lowest deforestation rate in the world. No other country, and we, a country that forms part of the CARICOM region, is providing this leadership. Do we hear about it? Do we celebrate it? Do we do case studies on this in the classes and universities? Or do we continuously look at the glass half empty? Sports. We just concluded a T20 World Cup. To host this, the governments invested millions of dollars to ensure that our people can have the best sporting event here too. No issues, flawless, from our responsibility. I can't say from the ICC responsibility, I can speak from our responsibility. Not a single headline recognizing the investments. Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody can complain about the state of cricket. But the leaders were bold enough to call a conference specifically designed on cricket. Where are the headlines? Where are the headlines? Financial instruments. The partnership SC spoke of, expanding our reach with Afri-Exim Bank, with Africa, trying to build financial instruments, bringing in new investments. Where are the headlines on this? It's as if these things never occurred. It's as if these things never occurred. Afri-Exim Bank now having a permanent place in the region with a headquarters in Barbados. Or do we find them insignificant to recognize them? Or it does not fit the construct of the narrative to believe that these regions can be part of the solution, Prime Minister Rowley? The choice is ours. We can be silent or we can work together. We can define ourselves or continue to allow ourselves to be defined. The choice is just ours. As he spoke about CARICOM, expanded interest. Interest in expanding through associate membership and interest in being a part of us from new areas around the world. Persons writing to be accredited, countries writing to be accredited. We must be doing something, right? There must be some recognition of CARICOM and what we can offer. Energy security. And I saw Prime Minister Rowley, you signed a new energy pact. I also saw Chevron getting to 2050. It's a reality. Look at all the headlines in the region. Two situations occurring at the same time. Examine the headlines. Justice. Do we trust ourselves? Do we trust ourselves to ensure that we can provide justice among ourselves? The CCJ. Outstanding judgments from the CCJ. Tremendous work in improving the delivery of justice from the CCJ. It is time we boldly embrace our own ability to provide justice for ourselves and the people of this region. Transportation, bold initiatives. Year after year, we are asking the private sector to come forward. Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and others decided that we can't wait anymore. We'll advance the cause. What happened? From the time we advance the cause, you hear some members in the private sector say this is our responsibility. We agree it's your responsibility, but be bold, innovative, take the risk and invest in it so that we can end this problem in our region. Everything comes back to the government. You know, I'll be bold enough to say we can continue buying and selling and distributing or we can start building our productive capacity and capability in the region. But to do so, we have to start supporting what we use in the region. How are we going to do it? We can't do it by talking. We have to do it by ensuring every stakeholder is on board. The distributors must not only see profit in bringing in stuff and selling, they must see the opportunity in innovation and product development to meet the needs of the region. And we believe in private sector growth. We believe in supporting the private sector. That is why we want the private sector to do it. We will create the enabling environment, the conducive environment. But that environment has to be utilized if we are to bring the benefit to our people. So my friends, in every category, sports, Jamaica is going to make us proud, as well as Trinidad and Tobago and many of the countries here at the Olympics. But you know what? We will celebrate as a region, all our athletes. Put your hands together for athletes. And our athletes will rightfully secure the headlines across every newspaper, but not one line would recognize the investment that was made by governments to enable the performance of our athletes. Whether it's the High Performance Center in Jamaica, whether it's the stadium that you're investing in, Comrade Ralph, that's just the reality. That is just the reality. We have according to the CARICOM World Food Program Livelihood Survey, we have reduced our food insecurity by 17%. By 17% since we started in 2020. That's before Beryl. By 17%. Did we get the headline? Beryl came. The damage to the agricultural sector alone is more than $100 million US. And I'm not counting opportunity costs, because government now must reprioritize where they will spend the money. So guess what? Agriculture will have to take a cut. These are the realities. And as we confront these realities, we must all remember there are more challenges ahead. And as I welcome my brother, Prime Minister Mitchell, the challenges of AI, digitization, and robotics already confronting us. And our leaders are already thinking about this, because that will continue to widen the inequality gap between our competitors and our trading partners and us. But we have to confront these challenges. We have to find investment. Whilst we are doing this, our human assets that we are training are moving. Look at the condition of our nurses now. We invested in training our nurses. A lot of investment too. Where are our nurses going? Yes, we acknowledge that people must go for whatever opportunities you're taking might be better or is better from a profit and loss perspective. But what about compensating us for the training that we provide to fill the gaps that exist in other countries? These are real questions. These are questions that we must examine. We share an important geographic space. And in sharing this geographic space, our commitment to the rule of law, to democracy, to freedom must be unshakable. Unshakable. Our commitment to these three things must be unshakable. But our commitment to ensuring that the societies we build have safeguards that would disallow the type of weapons that are getting into our borders. Just as we have to build our borders and we're investing our borders, investing in our security system to ensure our borders reduce the negative impact on other borders. Whether it's the movement of drugs, we have to ensure we build stronger systems so that our borders are not used as tools to affect other borders and other countries. We have to fight the drug trade, fight transnational crime. And to do that, we have to invest in security. We have to invest in border protection. We have to invest in port security. We have to meet all international standards, and we are committed to doing so. But we must also ask for some more to be done on ensuring the guns that are coming into our system are not coming into our system. That requires investment and it requires special assistance as we deal with crime and criminality in our society. These are the questions that we'll confront as we gather. These are the questions that we'll seek solutions for. But we will do so with a commitment to the world that this region will always support peace, will always support justice, will always support freedom, and will always support the equitable development of all of humanity. I thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, for your compelling remarks and leadership of the Caribbean community. We know that you will continue fighting for our region. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our independent schools choir will perform 2 Grenadian songs.
It's Grenada, my home I'll always remember. Her nutmeg spices and her natural grandeur. There is a lovely little island in the west, with sunshine, good food, and all the rest. Population small, but visitors can recall smiling faces to welcome one and all. We will answer to our island's call. We're proud to be born in this land. To thee we pledge our loyalty, our hearts, our lives, our destiny. From the drugs and the crimes and the problems all around, we will make it safe for the ones to come. Grenada, you are so beautiful, and your people are so cool. With fresh spices and friendliness, you can always be the best. So let's take this moment and make the whole world smile. What we have is for a long while, each other and forever. Let's hold on to the music. Let's hold on to the melody. Let's hold on to the rhythm that beats for you and me. Let's hold on to the music. Let's hold on to the melody. Let's hold on to the rhythm that beats for you and me. I love you. We will grow stronger, we will stay together. No matter what kind of weather, we will march together for our country, Grenada. Onward and upward forever. We will grow stronger, we will stay together. No matter what kind of weather, we will march together for our countries together. Onward and upward forever. I love my country, I can feel it in my bones. It calls to me wherever I go. That's why I know wherever I go, Grenada will always be my home. I love my country, I can see it in my dreams. From coast to coast, the rivers, the streams, the mountain tops, the tropical ranges, the smiling faces and warm embraces. We will grow stronger, we will stay together. No matter what kind of weather,
Onward and upward together. We now move to the accession of Curacao into the Caribbean community. For this, I'd like to invite Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, General Counsel, Ms. Lisa Sherman, and Prime Minister of Curacao, and Prime Minister and Chairman of CARICOM, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. His Excellency. We want to invite His Excellency to say a few words. I've prepared your device to make your remarks.
Honorable Chairman of CARICOM, Prime Minister of Grenada, Mr. Deacon Mitchell. Honorable Heads of Government of CARICOM, distinguished ambassadors, representatives, and guests. Ladies and gentlemen, now is good evening. On July the 2nd last, we celebrated the 73rd year since Parliament of the island of Curacao convened for the first time in 1951. With the constitutional changes in 1954, Curacao became part of the Netherlands Antilles, which was dismantled in 2010, and the new constitutional country of Curacao was born as a result thereof only 14 years ago. These were significant constitutional moments in our long history within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Today marks another historic event for Curacao as we formally join the Caribbean community as its 6th associate member, thereby honoring the commitment of our country to a shared responsibility for the sustainable development and overall progress and well-being of all nations within the Caribbean community. Just as it is the case with the other associate members in their relationship with the United Kingdom, our membership of and commitments within the family of the Kingdom of the Netherlands will not compromise our commitments towards further regional integration and its objectives, as this commitment comes from the fact that we are an integral part of the Caribbean family. Our cultural identity is linked to the rich historical heritage of the Caribbean region. We intend to demonstrate a firm commitment towards CARICOM and the common aspirations of its members. In this context, our shared heritage has forged a spirit of unity among us in many areas of our historical development, which commit us to its preservation and, as far as possible, its enhancement for the generations to come. By joining CARICOM, we affirm our commitment to work together in the interest of the collective values and aspirations that bind all of us as small island development states in the Caribbean region. In addition, CARICOM's mission to promote economic integration and ensure sustainable development for all its members align perfectly with our nation's objectives. As we embark on this new chapter, we are committed to contributing to and benefiting from the synergies that CARICOM memberships offer. Regional integration and cooperation are therefore not only beneficial, but also essential for our future development in the Caribbean region. Furthermore, becoming an associate member of CARICOM will strengthen the already close bonds we have with the members and associate members of the Caribbean community, and it will enable us to contribute more effectively to the collective Caribbean cause. In this regard, we bring to CARICOM a unique blend of cultural traditions, economic strengths, and social perspectives that hopefully will enrich the community as a whole. In terms of functional cooperation, as we become more familiar with the dialogue structures and institutions within CARICOM, we look forward to participating in CARICOM's robust network of support across the region and work together with other members on important issues affecting our mutual progress, resilience, and sustainability. For instance, economic integration is at the heart of CARICOM's mission. Our strategic location, natural ports, and well-developed physical and professional service infrastructure can serve as a hub for regional trade. By investing in connectivity and logistics, we can help streamline the movement of goods and services across the Caribbean, boosting economic activity among our nation and creating jobs for all of us. By working together, we can create a more competitive and resilient regional economy. To demonstrate Curaçao's firm commitment to regional trade, we have already started negotiations with the Dominican Republic and Trinidad and Tobago, and are about to do so with Suriname. These negotiations will result in a mutually beneficial trade agreements with these member states. When finalized, these trade agreements will come into effect after our membership of the World Trade Organization is a fact. Apart from economic integration, Curaçao is particularly committed to support initiatives within CARICOM that provide the potential for collaboration in areas such as renewable energy, new forms of agriculture, digital technology and telecommunications, human capital development, climate resilience, and sustainable development. These policies areas hold immense promise for our future development as small island development states and the collaboration between members of CARICOM. We are convinced that we will all benefit if we pool our resources and expertise together to achieve results that will benefit all of us. Moreover, the strategic relationship of Curaçao with key global players such as the European Union through its link to the Netherlands and its relationship with large South American countries, including Venezuela, Colombia, and Suriname, as well our relationship with the United States, positions us as a valuable partner within CARICOM. These relationships have been cultivated over many years of political, diplomatic, and economic engagement, and they offer a wealth of opportunities for CARICOM as we move forward together. Consequently, these strategic relationships, as well as the fact that we speak at least 4 languages, provide us with a strong foundation to act as an intermediary or liaison between CARICOM interests and the interests of these global and regional actors. We are therefore perfectly poised to facilitate various kinds of political, economic, social, and cultural exchange, dialogue, collaboration, and mutually beneficial agreements that will benefit all CARICOM member states and associate members. Honorable colleagues, heads of government of CARICOM, I firmly believe that CARICOM can effectively advocate the interests of its members as small island development states in global forums such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and other multilateral institutions such as OECD, IMF, and World Bank. This is so because regional cooperation makes it possible to increase the political impact in different international policy areas that touch the interests of small island development states. As a member of the family of small island development states, Curaçao stands ready to support these efforts in any way possible. In conclusion, our accession to CARICOM is a testament to our shared vision of a united, prosperous, and resilient Caribbean community. We are truly honored to join this esteemed organization and look forward to collaborate with all members and associate members to achieve our common goal. We also bring with us the experience, resources, and the vast international network of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which we can leverage in optimizing our collective strengths and economic connections, and to navigate geopolitical complexities to the benefit of all CARICOM member states and associate members. Finally, I wish to thank our family members in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Aruba, St. Maarten, and the Netherlands, and my beloved people of Curacao for supporting us, and all members of CARICOM for the privilege to become a partner in this esteemed Caribbean community. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the people and government of Curacao, I hereby wish to extend our best wishes for the continued advancement and prosperity of CARICOM and the well-being of its inhabitants. Master of Ceremony, I thank you.
Congratulations, Curacao, and welcome to the Caribbean community. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for. I now invite to the podium the new CARICOM chairman and Prime Minister of Grenada, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, to deliver his CARICOM remarks.
Thank you very much. The laptop says I have the incorrect password. And so I may have to take inspiration from Ralph. But luckily on the second chance, I got the password. Your Excellency, Dame Cecile Lagrenat, Governor General of Grenada, distinguished colleague, heads of government, heads of delegation, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media, those viewing this evening's proceedings online throughout the region and beyond. Welcome to Grenada. Welcome to CARICOM. Welcome to Petit Martinique. And I will claim Union, Mairo, and Canoan this evening. When I hear my voice, it tells me I have something. I'm not so sure if it's, whenever Carnival is coming, you get some kind of flu. But since we had burial, I seem to have developed some sort of allergies or something of the sort. So I'll take it, it's the post-burial allergies or flu. And it's not a joke because since burial, when you wake in the morning, There are hundreds, if not thousands, of these small little flies all over. They blanket the floor, the window. In fact, when you walk on the floor and you look underneath your feet, there's the evidence of this. I assume CAFA or some other regional institution at some point, University of the West Indies, UWI, will assist us in assessing, studying, and telling us what it is and whether it's good or bad for us. So I want to start by, as our school children said to CARICOM, thank you, CARICOM. Thank you, CARICOM, for all that you have done for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martin. You know, when I journeyed to Suriname in 2022 for my first heads of conference meeting, I went back last night and looked at what I said. And you know what happens when you're young and you're fresh and you now come. And I said then we should ensure CARICOM is not an institution that talk and talk and talk some more. President Ali talked a lot this evening. Now, you notice he didn't open his folder. He had a speech. He didn't read it. He got some inspiration from UE. I won't tell you which part of the speech inspired him, but I will call his delivery in defense of CARICOM. And there was no better closing play than the accession of Curacao to this prestigious institution called the Caribbean Community. So I know that CARICOM doesn't just talk and talk and talk some more. I know this because today, President Ali, his foreign minister, his chief of defense staff, journeyed with me this morning to Carriacou and Petit Martin to greet the Guyanese Defense Force soldiers who are right now preparing the police station in Hillsborough in Carriacou. Who are right now repairing the Hillsborough Secondary School in Carriacou. Who are right now repairing the post office, the district revenue office, and the administrative building in Hillsborough in Carriacou. Prime Minister Rowley, within 24 hours of Hurricane Beryl, stopped the 2 Osprey boats that are owned by a Petit Martinican family that had moved to Trinidad for safekeeping to ride out the storm with goods and supplies to send to Grenada. The RSS contingent of soldiers from Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados, notwithstanding that Barbados itself was hit by Hurricane Beryl, were in Carriacou and Petit Martin, providing security support for policemen in Carriacou and Petit Martin. Dominica, which itself was decimated by Hurricane Maria not so long ago, sent Grenada $1 million EC. The British Virgin Islands, $250,000 US. The Cayman Islands, the Premier and an entire delegation flew to Grenada in person to demonstrate their solidarity to Grenada and to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They delivered 250,000 US dollars each to us. So who is coming to save us? Who is coming to save us? So you see, I know that CARICOM doesn't just talk and talk and talk so much. So I want to say, I will continue the in defense of CARICOM speech this evening. And Prime Minister Skirt, who's an outgoing member of the Bureau, always says this. The only people who defend the Caribbean are the politicians. Where is our academia? Where is UE? Where is civic society? Where is the once mighty labor movement that shaped the politics and defined historic eras? Where is the modern day Uriah Buzz Butler? A union man walking in the back. You should come forward, my friend, come forward. I say this because CARICOM doesn't belong to the heads of government. It's the Caribbean community. And we are not going to shape a vision for the next 50 years simply because the heads of government meet. The vision of the Caribbean community is a vision that has to be shaped by the people of the Caribbean. In reflecting on CARICOM's 51 years in existence, I read the speech of Errol Barrow when the Treaty of Chagamras was signed. And in that speech, he made reference to Sir Eric, and I'm calling him Sir Eric, Dr. Eric Williams, whom he said never really wanted to be a politician, who people had to beg. And his thank you is the thank you that the President of Guyana talked about. Relentless criticism, relentless naysayers, allegation of corruption, mismanagement, etc., etc. If that is the narrative that we choose to define CARICOM and ourselves, if that is how we view ourselves, always inadequate, always second best, then we are helping others to easily shape our narrative. But I know that it is CARICOM that prevented the region turning into a war zone like so many other regions currently are right now. I know that it's CARICOM that has responded the swiftest and in the most extensive manner to our plight here in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique from the ravages of Hurricane Beryl. I know that it is CARICOM that is going to take the fight for reparatory justice throughout the length and breadth of the world. I know that it is CARICOM that fights for small island developing states, not just in this region, but small island developing states worldwide. I know it is CARICOM athletes that will shine in Paris. So why with these obvious examples? Why with our RSS? Why without CCJ? Why without Caribbean single market and economy? I'll talk a little bit there. I want us to appreciate something. CARICOM is the longest surviving, and survival is not an appropriate adjective. It is the longest thriving integration movement in the developing world. We are talking South and Latin America. We are talking Africa. We are talking Asia. There is no other like CARICOM. And so when we talk about persons wanting to become associate members, we are not just talking about from within the region. There have been inquiries from countries far and wide as to whether there is the opportunity to have a relationship with CARICOM. And why is that? It is because the external world knows and recognizes the value of CARICOM. You can ask them in the UN, when the big boys and girls want your vote, they find a way to come and walk around the chair where Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Guyana, or Trinidad sits. So we must recognize our value. We must shape our narrative that says, we have the same right as everyone else on this globe. And I want us to appreciate that we have been tested time and time again, and yet we rise. Comrade Gonzalez, in reflecting today, said under his stewardship, he's dealt with at least 10 natural disasters, plus suffering. Two weeks before this hurricane hit Grenada, we were in a state of drought. We had water regulations in place that prevented you from washing your car, filling up a swimming pool. Farmers couldn't get water. 2 weeks later, as soon as the rain started to fall, you get hit with a Category 4 hurricane. So I want us to appreciate that the resilience we have is not something that we should take for granted. It is something that we are in together. You know, I said this at the United Nations in 2022. And I just want to repeat part of it because it reinforces the UE. Mr. President, I was then addressing the president of UNGA. And I said, confronting the climate crisis will require a complete transformation of our mindsets and behaviors also. And importantly, the transformation of our energy sources, economic models, and land stewardship. This is a unique opportunity to come together, welcome innovative ideas, and tackle the problems we have struggled with for generations. I said the plea is not without urgency. I said as a leader of a small island developing state, SIDS, I'm all too familiar with the devastating effects of climate change and the stark reality that we may not have a country to pass on for future generations. This is not a joke. This is not nice sounding words. When a mother meets you in Carriacou and asks, why me? When everything that they've worked for is gone. The Ghana Defense Force briefed the president. When you pass people, they are dazed 1 month later. They are still in shock. They are still traumatized. You think after you spent all your life working hard, doing all of the things you've been told to do, and in 45 minutes, right in front of your eyes, it's gone. And it's not just you, it's everyone else. But this isn't just CARICOM and PT Martin. With each hurricane season, that now brings the more powerful storms. I said that in 2022. Well, Beryl, Auntie Beryl break all records. All records. So we are not imagining or exaggerating or engaging in hyperbole. If ever we understating the urgent reality of what we are facing. I said in 2004 it was Grenada's turn with Hurricane Ivan. In a matter of a mere 8 hours, we lost 34 souls, and the Category 3 storm destroyed over 80% of our housing stock and decimated our economic and fiscal bases, with damages surpassing 200% of our gross domestic product. 10 months later, we got hit with another storm, Hurricane Emily. I said we watched in horror as our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean experienced their turn. Hurricane Irma in 2017 left the island of Barbuda nearly uninhabitable. So when I say we may not have an island or a country to pass on, it's not coming from bombs that we are dropping on another island. It's coming from the climate bombs that others have caused to be dropped on us. Then it was the British Virgin Islands. It lost approximately 85% of its housing stock. 2 weeks later, Hurricane Maria destroyed Dominica. It left 31 people dead, 37 missing, 930 million in damages. Did anyone come to Dominica's rescue? It has become one of the most heavily indebted islands, countries in the world. Because in order to rebuild, it has had to borrow, and borrow from the very people whose actions have led to the ferocity, the increased strength, and the alarming increase in frequency in these hurricanes. And there are people that will always want to fact check us. So let's fact check. I think my mother was born in 1955. That's the year of Hurricane Janet. We did not experience any major hurricane thereafter until 2004. But then in 2005, we got hit. And we're in 2024, and we get hit again. So if you do the math, you went from 1 in every 50 years, odds we could live with, survive with, to 2 every 20 years. So every 10 years, we expect to be hit by a category 3, 4, 5, and it may go off the scale, 6, 7, 8 hurricane. So that is what existential means. It's a big word that everybody uses now. If someone chooses to drop bombs and shell your country, it's existential, but it's easy to stop. The human beings just need to stop. You just have to decide we will end the war, we will sit, we will negotiate, we'll call a truce. Explain to the citizens of CARICOM and PT Martinique how we are going to stop these category 4 and 5 hurricanes from hitting them. That is why it is existential. That is why CARICOM must, shall, and will continue to advocate for climate justice. So, my colleague, member of the Bureau, President Ali, talked about some of the technical work that we will engage in over the next 2 days. I want to reemphasize again that a lot of this work is not of our own doing. The guns that pose a clear and present public health danger are not manufactured in the Caribbean. So yes, national security, crime and criminality, the gun violence is something that we must and will treat with because it poses a clear and present danger to public health and public welfare in the region. I need not speak about Haiti because President Ali has clearly outlined the countless hours and the resources CARICOM has put in supporting our brothers and sisters and the people of Haiti. And I welcome the presence of the President of the Transitional National Council with us today. The Caribbean single market and economy and the movement of people remains a priority. And Prime Minister Motley, who leads this issue, will be with us tomorrow morning, and we intend and expect to make progress on this issue. And I know some of us in the region may be a little cynical on this issue. But as I called out the labor and the business and the civic society, you too can play your part in helping us to find the solutions that leads to more rapid advancement on those issues. Because oftentimes, the timidity may come from the fear of political reactions from the citizens at home. So we have to educate our population and unshackle them from the idea that the free movement of our citizens within CARICOM will do anything other than enhance the growth, the strength, and the solidarity within the Caribbean community. And I said this, when we have disasters, there are no borders. I don't recall any extensive paperwork for the Guyanese Defense Force to be in CARICOM and PT Martinique. I don't recall any extensive paperwork for CDEMA to be in Grenada, to be working, to be providing support to our National Disaster Management Agency. Ms. Riley, thank you. In fact, I don't recall any major extensive paperwork for all of the international donor agencies which are in Grenada, CARICOM, and PT Martinique doing work right now. So why are we clinging on to fears? We all know each other. We all know the chicken curry or the curry chicken. So we will continue to advance work on this issue. As chairman, I will champion an ambitious digital transformation agenda as CARICOM's lead on ICT. We have an opportunity in the Caribbean to ensure that for once, we do not get left behind in this technological revolution. And so I will outline tomorrow a proposed strategy for addressing a number of issues across the digital transformation landscape, ranging from cybersecurity to digital health to a digital skills fund, amongst others. We owe it to the next generation of Caribbean citizens to give them the tools and the education to make sure that they can stay in the Caribbean and apply their skills anywhere in the world. because there is no better place to live than the Caribbean. So I want to conclude by thanking the two members of the Bureau that I worked with prior to my becoming the chairman. The Honorable Roosevelt Skirt, Prime Minister of Dominica. His Excellency President Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Their guidance, their stewardship, their steadfast defense of CARICOM, and more importantly, the significant achievements accomplished under their respective tenure, leaves me in good stead to continue with the work that they have started. I look forward to welcoming Prime Minister Mia Mottley, who will take up the chair after I conclude my stint and who therefore becomes a member of the Bureau, to continue to work closely with her and President Ali as we continue to champion all of the issues that he has highlighted, the issues that I have raised. And I want to assure the citizens of the Caribbean community that the glasses are full, and it is our responsibility to get it to 3/4 full so that the next generation of Caribbean citizens could take it to 80% and 85%. We know it will never be full. So welcome to Grenada. Thank you for coming. We took the decision to host this meeting notwithstanding the impacts of Hurricane Beryl, because it is important to send the message to the world that Jamaica is open for business. Jamaica is open for business. Barbados is open for business. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are open for business. Grenada is open for business. And as we've said, we shall rise. Thank you very much.
Indeed, you did rise. Good opportunity to stretch. The Caribbean community looks forward to your leadership, Honorable Prime Minister. Your passion, your hard work for the next 6 months, steering the ship of the Caribbean community. Thank you for your very emotional and inspirational remarks. We would now like to distribute 2 awards, the Order of the Caribbean Community Awards, and to deliver the citations, I would like to invite Ayla John, an inspiring lawyer currently obtaining an associate degree in social sciences at the T.A. Marshall Community College. She's the student council president, peer counselor, who is making a significant contribution to her community. She will do the citation for Mr. Roderick Rainford and Mr. Aravinda Bishop, a young cricketer attending the Presentation Brothers College, the first ambidextrous youth cricketer who bats and bowls with both hands. So he's not going to play cricket this evening, but he will read the citation for Sir Clive Lloyd. Let's welcome them.
Citation for Roderick George Rainford. Roderick George Rainford was born on April 7, 1940, in Kingston, Jamaica. After completing his secondary education, he received a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of the West Indies. Later, as a Rhodes Scholar, he proceeded to Oxford University, where he read for his Bachelor of Jurisprudence degree and a diploma in economic development. After brief stints as a tutor at the University of Zambia and the University of the West Indies, Roger Rainford proceeded to the University of Toronto, where he received his Master of Arts degree in International Relations. He returned home to Jamaica, where he again served at the University of the West Indies and subsequently the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. This was followed by appointments as Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM from 1980 to 1983, and as Secretary General from 1983 to 1992. His appointments with CARICOM came during a period when the region, as a group of low and middle income, small island and low-lying coastal states, faced myriad challenges and was redefining itself and its role in a rapidly changing world. Indeed, Roger Rainford's tenure was noteworthy for the number and intensity of challenges to the regional integration process and the initiatives taken to safeguard, strengthen, and advance the community. For example, when the Morris Bishop government of Grenada was overthrown in 1983 and the country was invaded by a group led by the United States, newly appointed Secretary General Rainford helped to manage and diffuse a diplomatically explosive situation. He was also involved in the adoption of the Grandans Declaration in 1989 that charted the course toward expansion of the Treaty of Chaguaramas and establishment of the CARICOM Single Market and Economy, CSME. With the region under intense international pressure to abandon its Common External Tariff, CET, a major instrument in any single market, the Secretariat undertook a comprehensive study of the CET in consultation with member states, which the conference adopted in October 1992 after exhaustive review. It remains the principal reference material informing ongoing study and the development of the CET. He also spearheaded a major review of the existing regional programs and organizations of the Caribbean community, in which some essential elements for the deepening of CARICOM were identified. This period also saw the establishment of the Independent West Indian Commission, WIC, of which Mr. Rainford was himself a member. In recognition of the region's vulnerability to natural and other hazards because of climate change and climate variability, Roger Rainford oversaw, inter alia, the development of the CARICOM Uniform Building Code, CUBIC, which was a regional code for constructing safe, sturdy buildings in an earthquake and hurricane-prone region. Additionally, after Hurricane Gilbert devastated Jamaica in 1988 and Hurricane Hugo flattened Antigua and Barbuda in 1989, under Roger's leadership, the Secretariat mobilized and led regional technical response teams to assist with assessment and emergency actions. This led to the establishment of the Pan-Caribbean Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Project, which evolved into the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Response Agency, CIDERA, and later the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CIDEMA, now recognized as a global best practice. Roger Rainford has served the Caribbean community at the highest level. Indeed, many sectors and several regional and international bodies have benefited from his vast knowledge, experience, and wisdom. He was a member of the Board of Directors of the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, advisor to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, director for Canada, Ireland, and the English-speaking Caribbean, and alternate director for the Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, and Jamaica at the Inter-American Development Bank, IADB. He has also written extensively on issues pertaining to the region's social and economic development, providing a legacy for future generations. Roger Rainford's years of service to our Caribbean community have been result-oriented, marked by calm, humility, quiet grace, and diplomacy. Those who served with him at the CARICOM Secretariat fondly remember him as a people's person, a good and decent man whose door was always open to them. His service has been recognized through the awards of the Cacique Crown of Honor, CCH, by Guyana in 1989, and the Order of Distinction, OD, by Jamaica in 1992. Significantly, Roderick Rainford played an integral role in the development and submission of the proposal to establish the Order of the Caribbean Community, OCC, for approval by the Conference of CARICOM Heads of Government. Mr. Roderick George Rainford, for your outstanding and enduring contribution to this region and its people, the Caribbean community is pleased to confer on you its highest honor, the Order of the Caribbean Community, OCC. Thank you.
We would like to invite Mrs. Rainford to collect the award, and Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, will present the award to her.
Chairman of CARICOM, the Honorable Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, the esteemed Secretary General, Dr. Carla Barnett, the Honorable Heads of Government, distinguished leaders and members of the Diplomatic Corps, friends and guests, to the people of Grenada, congratulations on your 50 years of independence. And Dr. Prime Minister Deacon, I have to say that I'm very upset that I don't have a pin that says 50 years. Also, I have to say that I enjoy being among a young Prime Minister. Who is very, very charming. And also, I love your shoes. Half of what I wanted to say has already been said about Roderick. So I will just read about 2 pages of the people he wants to thank. But I do have to say that he was very committed to disaster preparedness. Is something that he worked very, very hard at. And also, I think when he was a child, I think Hurricane Charlie devastated St. Andrew. And at that time, it was very difficult. And one of the things that I found very interesting, because he started teaching us this last year, and I wanted to repeat that little rhyme, that little ditty that he's been teaching us. And it goes like this. June, too soon. July, stand by. August, remember you must. August, remember you must. And I don't say August, you must. August, remember you must. September, remember. October, all over. And I thought that was, and I wanted to know where he got it from. I have no idea where it came from. But I think it did have an impact on him because he became a pioneer of disaster preparedness in the Caribbean. So you should continue to teach kids little ditties like that. Who knows what would happen? There are a lot of accomplishments which you've heard of today, but I was going to tell a story about Roderick's time in Zambia, but I decided not to do it because then it would make it too long, and I know Prime Minister Deacon doesn't like long speeches, so. And I do want to please him. But it was a story about how he pioneered University of Zambia in the northern provinces of Zambia, and how nobody knows about it because it was a Jamaican and a Caribbean person who did this, and it is untold and unknown story. So I hope one day that we get to hear that. Just let me say this part. Roderick Rainford was born in Kingston, but raised in the hills of St. Andrew, the Blue Mountains. His parents, I want to talk a little bit about his parents. Justina and Glenovin Rainford were small cultivators, and his father was also a baker. He lived in Enfield and Irishtown and attended Gordontown All-Age School, now the Louise Bennett All-Age School. He was a loved child and the last of 7 children, 3 girls and 4 boys. He remembers his days at the school with fond memories. Aunt Gwen, who when he took his bowl to get his cornmeal porridge, she gave him a little extra. So thanks, Aunt Gwen. And then there was Mr. Livingston, the principal of the school, who took a liking to Roderick because he read all the books in the library of the school. Of course, the school only had like 5 books. But he read all of the books, and so Mr. Livingston loved him and taught him gave him other books to read and so forth. And so when the test came, I'm going to tell you this little story, but I shouldn't hurry up. When the test came, they had a test for high school. And so all the people up in the hills and in that area of Gordontown got together in the center, and everybody was commenting how all these children were going to take the test and what's going to happen. And so he tells me this story, and he said, everybody said, well, who's going to pass this test? Who's going to pass this test? And they all said that this girl, she brown skin, and she's going to pass the test because she had good hair. But he passed the test. And he didn't have good hair. So I want to get back to his parents. So anyway, Mr. Livingston, he passed the test. He couldn't go to high school, so Mr. Livingston talked to a family in Gordontown who gave him a scholarship, and he went to Kingston Technical High School. And he did very well in the school, and so Mr. Livingston passed the baton to the teachers of Kingston Technical High School, and they ran the race, and they won. Because he later became Secretary General, Governor of the Bank of Jamaica, and all the other accolades which you've heard already spoken. So I just want to say that teachers make a difference. And of course, you know, I'm a teacher, so. I'm going to say this final thing here. There are a couple of things I want to say. But the award would not have been possible without the influence and support of many former Prime Minister Jamaica. He worked with him closely in the Ministry of Industry, and his old friends, Irene and Leo Cousins, Anthony Hill, his best friend, the late Justice Henderson Downer, and the hard work of former staff and employees of CARICOM, like Byron Blake, Sheila Chan, Valerie Odell, the late Angela Cropper, Glenda Itiaba, Sandra Granger, Sir Kenneth Hall, Dr. Eddie Green, Carol Collins, and Rudy Collins, and Branford Isaacs, and so many others. He is the handiwork of his parents. He still, after all his years of travel, lives in the hills of the Blue Mountains and reminisces about his parents every day. He would help his father on his cultivation, and his father would show him the bananas that he would sell. and he would take his son and point out the bananas. He would say, this hand is for your shoes, and this hand of banana is for your shirt. And he pointed out other hands of bananas like that. And his mother, if you gave Roderick a plate of rice and peas now, he'd say, this is not like my mother's rice and peas, okay? So we all have to bow down to that. But the values they passed on to him were humility, discipline, hard work, and self-respect, love of the land, and love of Jamaica. His good fortune comes from their hands, and he is eternally grateful. His brothers and sisters were important to him, especially his sister Sissy. When he got the Rhodes Scholarship, they paid for his education, but they didn't pay for his passage. So his sister Sissy figured out a way to get him the money, and he got on a boat. At that time, he got on a boat, and he went to London. I want to sort of say that his sister Sissy, who always stood by him until she died, found a way, and he boarded the boat to London. If your name is not here, it's not intentional. He has forgotten many names, but you must know he includes you all and sends you flowers of gratitude. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. It's a quote by Jean-Baptiste Monsieur. I close with a quote from a letter he wrote to Secretary General Barnett when he got his award. And it says, Dear Dr. Barnett, thank you for your letter advising me of the conferment on me of the CARICOM honor of the Order of the CARICOM Community, OCC. I am pleased to be included among the worthy Caribbean patriots who have already received this distinction, and I pledge to continue conducting my life in a manner worthy of this privilege. And I had written a letter, but he rejected it. And he came up with this himself. And so I dutifully wrote it. But I was very moved by his intuitive humility and his constant self-effacement, that he never put himself above anything else. And unfortunately, he said, no, fortunately, I'm saying unfortunately. My wife is going to come and do this thing. So please accept my best wishes for the continued growth and development of the Caribbean community. Yours truly, Roderick Rainford. He was very proud of the Cacique Crown of Honor, which was given to him by Desmond Hoyt. And he was also made an OJ, the Order of Jamaica. So he's really to be called the Honorable Roderick Rainford. But somehow nobody does that. And now he is in the Order of the Caribbean community. So I just wanted to say that Roderick Rainford wants to say to all of you who know him that he sends you his best regards. He's not well, but he's keeping on his spirit and his humility and his love of the Caribbean and a patriot of the Caribbean. Thank you.
We do have a pin for you. Thank you. The Prime Minister is going to pin it.
I told her I wish I was a student.
The teacher's pet.
She said I would be an excellent student.
In Guyana earlier this year, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt said something to that effect, right? Is it coming to pass? Probably. Aravinda Bishop, young student cricketer, he will now read the citation for Sir Clive Lloyd.
Good evening, everyone. Citation for Sir Clive Hubert Lloyd, CBE, AOBM, on being awarded the Order of the Caribbean Community, OCC. Sir Clive Hubert Lloyd was born on August 31st, 1944, in Georgetown, British Guiana, to a father, Arthur, who was a chauffeur, and a mother whom he adored. His mother, who was from Black Rock, Barbados, taught her son valuable and lasting life lessons. The virtues of patience, honesty, independence, and the importance of respecting others. The young Lloyd had a typical Guyanese upbringing. He savored and understood the culture of his country, especially its multiracial and multicultural aspects. This enabled him to be comfortable later in his personal life, and as West Indies captain with people of different races and background. At 14 years old, Lloyd became captain of the team at Chatham High School in Georgetown. He showed signs of exceptional talent. A few years later, his father died, and he had no choice but to leave school and seek employment at the Georgetown Hospital. However, Clive Lloyd remained interested in things intellectual. He read widely and became familiar with important ideas in cricket and other subjects. His value as a thinker in the field of cricket and in other areas have been recognized with the award of several honorary doctorates, including from the University of Guyana. Lloyd joined the Demerara Cricket Club, where he showed an exceptional aptitude for the game. He was selected to play for the British Guiana in 1964. It was not the most auspicious beginning to his career. Sir Lloyd failed to score in his first innings, and many thought that was the end of his career. Yet, he showed great resilience in the second innings by scoring a century and caught the attention of cricket experts by his brilliant fielding at cover point. Sir Lloyd's selection for the West Indies tour to India in 1966 came as no surprise after his performance in the Shell Shield competition. It was an impressive debut. He scored heavily in both the first and second innings. After the Indian tour, Sir Lloyd joined the Lancashire League, where he studied conditions in England and sought to perfect the technique of his game. Sadly, in a rest of the world match in Australia in 1971, Sir Lloyd fell as he tried to take a catch and crushed his vertebra. He was immobilized for a long time and could not walk. A lesser man would have said farewell to the game, but this was not in Lloyd's character or his playbook of life. The resilience he showed when his father died and when his mettle was tested in the first innings against Barbados in 1966 was on display as he went through agonizing physiotherapy to regain his motor movements. Eventually, through discipline and determination, Sir Lloyd overcame this most challenging threat to his health. By 1972, he was able to return to cricket and played for the West Indies against Australia in the 1973 series. Many in the Caribbean did not realize that when Lloyd assumed the captaincy of the West Indies cricket team, he had been quietly preparing himself for this responsibility. He had studied the temperament and the attitude of great West Indian players. Above all, he studied the significance and value of the West Indies cricket to the whole region. To him, the West Indies cricket team was an extension of the regional integration process. He felt that a West Indies cricket captain is also like a prime minister of the region who must lead by example and unify and inspire those for whom he is responsible. So Lloyd took a young West Indies cricket team and made it into a potent force in world cricket. He imbued the team with an ethic of discipline and a sense of purpose. As a result, he was responsible for the development and success of rising cricketers such as Sir Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenwich, Michael Holding, and Lawrence Rowe, to name a few. Lloyd's team went on to win 27 matches. He also won 2 World Cups. Throughout the world, the West Indies cricket team had become a byword for success, and Sir Clive Lloyd was directly responsible for this development, having placed emphasis on the psychology and individual development of his players. After his retirement from cricket, Clive Lloyd became involved in his administration and development. He coached in South Africa and other cricket-playing nations. He was chairman of selectors for the West Indies Cricket Board and a match referee for the International Cricket Council, ICC. But his interest in the game did not end there. He has been actively involved in discussions about the improvement of the game in the Caribbean and has made numerous proposals to this end. Now, as in the beginning, cricket is his life. In 2022, Sir Lloyd was knighted for his services to cricket. There is no doubt that he has given the cricket world a paradigm for creating, managing, and leading a successful cricket team. Sir Clive Lloyd, it is with immense pride that the Caribbean community confers on you its highest award for your invaluable contribution to the community as a cricketer and a leader. You have inspired pride, excellence, and dignity in the Caribbean people. Your legacy, forged at the helm of a West Indies cricket team, triumphant against all odds and opposition, will be an abiding source of inspiration for generations to come. Sir Clive Lloyd, my name is Arvinda Bishop. I'm a young cricketer in Grenada and playing for the Windward Islands. I watch all videos to learn cricket from the cricket greats like you. Sir, I love your batting style, stroke play, patience, and temperament. I'm a left-handed batsman just like you, and my dream is to play cricket for the West Indies like you did. Thank you.
Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, and Chairman, we invite you now to present the Order of the Caribbean Community Award to Sir Clive Lloyd.
Oh, I must say, after Mr. Rainford, well, this is hard work. Mr. Chairman, the Right Honorable Dr. Irfan Ali, Madam Secretary General, Honorable Dr. Carla Barnett, Honorable Prime Minister of the great nation of Grenada, Your Excellency Deacon Mitchell, esteemed leader of this iconic organization, CARICOM, President and members of Cricket West Indies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, media, ladies and gentlemen. Needless to say, I'm humbled to be in your midst and to have been considered worthy of this lofty honor, and indeed grateful for the reception. I'm told that Jeff Boycott was supposed to be here to present the award, but he's going to his best friend's wedding. And as the couple were about to leave, and the priest said, "May God go with you." So Jeff is gone with them for the honeymoon. And as I was working with the West Indies cricket team, and it's quite new, you know, you're getting to know certain things and so on. So we went to a function, and the guy said, one part of the room said, "Ping!" Somebody said, "Ping!" Somebody else said, "Ping!" And I'm saying, what the hell is this ping? So I'm wondering now, because, you know, I've now joined the team as manager. So I called Ambrose, Courtly Ambrose. I said, "What is this ping thing?" He said, "Skip, do you have a microwave?" I said, "Yes." He said, "When it's ping, it's finished." So they're saying, oh, you know, so afterwards I kept saying, "Ping, ping." So we've all gone now in this thing. But it was quite interesting. You have to know the little lingo of these guys. But I would like to commend you, ladies and gentlemen, for your imaginative leadership as you tirelessly pursue economic integration and sustainable development, ultimately to improve the quality of life for everyone, not only in this region, but to extend our positive influence beyond our sun-drenched shore. At this juncture, I'm compelled to recognize your astuteness. Thank you. I'm compelled to recognize your astuteness in identifying our beloved sport of cricket as a viable vehicle and conduit for social economic development and regional integration. Indeed, my predecessors in receipt of this prestigious honor, Order of the Caribbean Community, OCC, Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Vivian Richards, and Brian Lara, is testament to your incisive recognition. To quote a late lamented leader of CARICOM and an OCC recipient, Jamaican Prime Minister Michael Manley, from his book, A History of West Indies Cricket, published in 1988, quote, "Cricket is the most completely regional activity undertaken by the people of the member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM," said Manley. It is also the most successful cooperative endeavor, and as such, is a constant reminder to a people of otherwise wayward insularity of the value of collaboration, unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, it is this notion that in retrospect inspired my ambition, as did the legacy of dearly departed Sir Frank Worrell, when I had the distinct honor to serve as captain of the West Indies team. Sir Frank's grace, his dignity, and astuteness in leadership, as well as his relentless pursuit of quality and fair play, provided a blueprint for my stewardship. My goals were mainly to rekindle team spirit, dispel our endemic cavalier image, and establish a winning attitude. On that journey, I was blessed with quintessential team players that routinely turned pressure into adrenaline and flaunted their mental toughness with almost an arrogant flair. And so our team's success was more than just a matter of luck. And if it were indeed luck, it would have been an acronym from correct under correct knowledge, labor under correct knowledge. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, our team simply reflected the ebullience of men playing a child's game with skilled abandon that transcended its boundaries to unify and elevate this Caribbean community as any cultural entity. I'm indeed grateful for your validation and urge your continued support of the development of West Indies cricket, spawned by initiatives of the fertile minds of the pertinent Caribbean CARICOM subcommittee. Ladies and gentlemen, you must know that amongst knighthoods, honorary doctorates, and national honors with which I have been blessed, this award, which emanates from an aggregation that essentially fueled my professional career, holds pride of place. As I proudly accept this iconic award, my wish is that my parents, Sylvia Thelma Lloyd, Arthur Christopher Lloyd, were present to see me receive it. More particularly, my mother, who would have perhaps finally appreciated the benefit of my foregoing lunch while chasing a cricket ball, day in, day out, in the searing heat at my field of dreams, the Demerara Cricket Club, a stone's throw from my house in Queenstown, a modest suburb of Georgetown. It is there my parents instilled in me the qualities of discipline, decorum, and dedication that have served me well, not only in my career, but in life. I also wish, ladies and gentlemen, that this moment could be embalmed for posterity so that young aspiring cricketers, even those yet unborn, from the majestic Blue Mountains of Jamaica to Mount Diablotine in Dominica, to the searing Pachamama peaks of Guyana, and all across the shimmering Caribbean archipelago in between, could aspire and experience the reality of taking the Caribbean community back to the zenith. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is a matter which I would like to raise with you today. It is of great concern to myself and a number of important officials that I've had the opportunity to engage with on this matter. I hope you do not think that I am operating outside of the ambit of this occasion. But I know that the Caribbean community has been concerned with the status of health of the region. Indeed, one important regional official is on record as saying that we are not among the healthiest people in the global community. He was referring to such diseases as high blood pressure and diabetes. I cannot recall if reference was made to prostate cancer. Can I therefore make a plea to the community and relevant officials that this matter become the focus of urgent attention and action? I therefore hope that the Conference of Ministers responsible for health will give this matter priority attention. I cannot speak with any kind of expertise on this matter, but I cannot recall that much has been said about it in the region. If I'm correct, let what I say today be a call to action. Because I don't know if you know, every 1 in 4 people do contract this illness, and a lot of our people are dying, and dying needlessly, because they're not attending clinics and so on. And I'm involved with a company called SOS, which is part of Exxon, and we were trying to get this illness looked at seriously, because we need men to go and get tested. It is important. And I think we should speak to all our kids, make them, and our friends, let them go and get tested. It's important. You do not need to die. There are things now they can help you with. There's a situation now I think a scientist has just said that your saliva will give you a better reading than your blood test. So there are things that we have. We don't have to die. We want to live. And I want to see people getting tested, because the thing that we have, the slogan is the catch. That means that we want to catch it early. So it is something that is going to be interesting and something that we need to get working and working soon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware that Caribbean states that sought in recent times to build an element of resilience into their economic planning to protect their economies from the ravages of hurricanes. This involves, I understand, encouraging the development of sectors like the renewable energy, agriculture, and technology to reduce the reliance on tourism and the hardening of the nation's infrastructure. However, I'd like to make this humble suggestion. The Caribbean region can organize a major cricket event, and the best players from all over the world should be able to take part in a game per year. I want it to be called the CARICOM Day of Cricket. Where we can generate quite a lot of funds, so that even if we don't have a hurricane or two for the year, the money that we have there can accrue some interest, and we can help not only when there are problems around the Caribbean, we would have money in the kitty to help out in that respect. So this is just my way of thinking. I hope that we can get this going, get it off the ground, because it will be a very important day, because the money that we can accrue would be very, very important for the rest of the Caribbean. Last but not least, I must thank my cousin, Lansford Richard Gibbs, who inspired me as a teenager when he soared to greatness as he played for the West Indies. Ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. But another thing that I think there's something that I need. I hope we have some board members here. Over the years, in our ascendancy, we did not ask for any extra money. But now, I'm told when they have distribution of funds, the ICC, England receives 180 million, Australia received 180 million, India 180 million, and we're 80 million. I want to know where we get this disparity from. I can't understand. Because when we were leading, everybody wanted to play. We were playing two tours a winter. We were the cash cow for these guys. But now that we might be a little down in the dumps, nobody now is saying, well, you know, West Indies do need some help. And I think that it's about time that our board members make a special call to the ICC. Send 10 or 12 people who we know have the pull and that extra that is needed to tell them that we need some special dispensation. Over the years, we gave them money. 1973, when we were there, we got to England and we asked for more money. The guy said, can't give you any money. You haven't won test match for 21 test matches. And I was a senior, I was sort of senior at that time. And I said, so winning is important. So what happened? They didn't give us any money, but VAT came in. So we had to pay VAT on the little bit of money that they had given us. So we won the series. They made all the money. We went to India, playing 5 test series, and the guy said, listen, man, your guarantee is being paid off before the rest day in the first test match. I said, oh, there again, we being messed around. We asked for more money. The guy said, you're going to Pakistan? If they give you some money, we'll give you some money. When we got to Pakistan, oh, we won again for the first time we beaten Pakistan in Pakistan. The guy said, did India give you any money? He said, no. He said, well, then we can't give you any money. You just left it. So we were, that's how people are treating and will treat you if you're second class. But the point is, when we rose to the top, we demanded, because you're coming as a champion, a world champion. We were world champion for youngs. At one stage, if you were 17, 17 years old, you would not have seen the West Indies lose. We won 11 test matches successively. We played 29 test matches without losing. We won 3 World Cups. We now have won 6 World Cups, and we're only 5 million people. We don't have that amount of people. So I am saying, and I'm making a plea here to Mr. Rowley, I know you have a chance to make sure that our cricket is up, get up this ladder. We cannot just be teaching guys and then all of a sudden they've gone elsewhere. So if we train 30 people and 15 leave, we got to train another 15. So it's like digging a hole to fill a hole. And we have a small set of people, cadre people playing sport. There are other walks of life that they have. So we have to protect what we have. And we've got to say to these young men, we don't mind you going to earn money, but when we have our cricket here, we would like you to play here. Because if I'm going to invest money in our cricket, I want the best to play. When I was young, I played against Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, you know, Sir Garfield Sobers, and you played against the best. You will only know how good you are if you play the best. And the point is, we have youngsters now who are struggling because our domestic cricket is weak. If our inter-island cricket is strong, our test matches will be strong. And that is what we have to get over to these young men. India, they don't play anywhere else other than India. Their players are getting the type of learning that we got earlier in our career, because you're playing with great players. India's got now a lot of ex-players in the IPL, so they're getting some experience that they wouldn't have acquired, you know, if they didn't have that. Sri Lanka, They're one country. You know, we have 14 different islands. It takes us a lot of money to hold a tournament because we have to fly everywhere. So we need to get some money from that ICC because that special dispensation is needed. Somebody in this room or some people in this room will have to put their hands up and say, listen, we are going to get some money from the ICC. Else we're going to be down at the bottom all the time. We are asking some young men in England to do things. We were lucky. We played against the best when we were playing at home. We played county cricket. They're not playing county cricket. So they're not getting the experience as quickly as we did. So we have to strengthen our cricket at home. And that means all our top players staying at home and playing against one another. Anyhow, I'm sorry it's taken long enough. Thank you very much. And thank you. Where's my young friend? Is he there? I want to hear you now getting some runs, all right? I don't want you to make as many as Mr. Ali. You know. Good. Good luck, huh? Cheers. Thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Lloyd, and congratulations. We will close at this time with a dance performance entitled The Melting Pot, a dance featuring poetry by Camille John, conceptualized by the Conception Dance Theater. Enjoy.
Rhythms pulsing through veins are not created, they are born. Intrinsic beats that reflect reality, thumps that showcase pain and strength, like the ancestors plucked from their home, like low-hanging fruit, looted and spirited away to be subjugated to the whims and wishes of the others who stole them from the land of their mother. Rhythms pulsing through.
gentlemen, the Conception Dance Theatre. Performance entitled The Melting Pot. We want to say thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for this opening ceremony. And before you leave, we'd like to ask the heads of government to leave the hall first. And we want to say thanks one more time to the Conception Dance Theatre. And we'll allow the heads of government to dance off in drums. Ladies and gentlemen, our Governor General, James Cecile Lagrenard, will make her exit first. Following her will be the heads of government.
the sun. Tell the world we have been
Going higher. 50 years we're blessed with force and fire.
Oh, you mean?
We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. In the sun, look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come, more to come, more to come. Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
We're going higher, as we aspire. Build and fast has one people together.
Bang, bang, bang.
It's only up from
We take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning, from the people who came through sugar and chains, emancipation to revolution. Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with force and fire.